Good morning. Good morning. A very full stand. It's lovely to see you. Thank you for coming to Telefónica. You are most welcome. My name is Mark Evans. I'm the Chief Strategy and Development Officer for the group. And I'm delighted to be joined this morning by Jason Zander, the Executive Vice President for Strategic Missions and Technology. I've got job title envy now, that's amazing. He's also joined by David Carmona, who's the GM for AI and Innovation. And we've got our very own Chema Alonso, our Telefónica's Digital Chief Development Officer. Now together, we want to build on one of the key notes from headlines from the keynote this morning, Open Gateway. We're going to this morning, between us, demonstrate why we think this is a huge opportunity for the industry and why we're so passionate and excited by this direction. I'm going to set the scene, but later we're going to bring it to life because this is not just a concept. So much has already been achieved by Microsoft and Telefónica and so many others across the industry that David and Chema are going to bring it to life and give you some real-life demonstrations. So, let's get started. We're on a journey. We're on a journey towards great technological disruption. We cannot yet imagine all of the amazing things that this revolution will bring. However, what we do know is the acceleration of some key transversal technologies intertwined and combined with connectivity will bring a whole new wave of digital experiences and usage. You imagine AIT at scale will transform the way we collect, we share, and we analyze data. And when combined with applied AI, it will be a game changer for every economic walk of life. Then there's the Metaverse and AR/VR, which will enable immersive 3D experiences, taking some of today's favorite applications, gaming, virtual meetings, and education to a new level. New applications such as factory optimization and digital twins. And then there's the decentralized internet and Web3 with large distributed blockchain ledgers enabling the seamless collaboration of everything from finance through to food security. All of these digital uses will transform our worlds, representing a huge opportunity for the prosperity of society and customers. And what's our role? Well, our ambition is to bring these new technologies to life. Now, these new applications will require a staggering amount of data to be carried on our networks and in real time, shared on any device, at any time, in any location, seamless, interoperable, and requiring computing in real time. These will require the next generation telcos to be deployed. Telcos will evolve, bringing high bandwidth, low latency, privacy, security, and will require a phenomenal high experience platform. And in addition, cloud platforms will be complemented by distributed computing and storage assets at the network edge. Blurring the boundaries between cloud and connectivity infra. And this is going to be so critical for real-time processing to ignite all those wonderful user experiences. Now, such multifaceted, powerful machinery is going to require an extremely simple plug-in mechanism. Open and standard APIs will handle all of that complexity, exposing the advanced network capabilities to hyperscalers, to developers, to aggregators, and to enterprises. And it allows them to innovate on the back of all of that amazing network capability. But this is going to involve talking the same technology language across the entire sector. Interacting, the network will require just one line of code. So just one line of code for developers to get access to the attributes in the network that they need. The GSMA Open Gateway, which was announced this morning, is precisely that. By federating open APIs and offering interoperable access to operator networks around the globe, we'll create that new digital ecosystem. This will create an amazing opportunity for the industry. It will be a catalyst for those advanced services bonding together telcos, developers, and hyperscalers. We envisage a complete open ecosystem that enables developers to ignite those new capabilities. Through this open ecosystem, through the open gateway, we truly believe that this will ignite a new world of opportunity and possibility. But we need to work in partnership. The spirit of collaboration makes us all stronger. And I'm proud to say that Microsoft and Telefónica have shared this mindset for some time. Our Telefónica tech unit is now growing at 70% per annum. But it's underpinned by the phenomenal capabilities and support that Microsoft bring. Without them, we simply couldn't do it. So today I'm thrilled that Jason Zander has kindly agreed to join us and provide his insight into making this possibility a reality. So please put your hands together for Jason.
Everyone. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for having us here.
It's great to see you. Now, I have to say, we've been partners for some time. As I said, we cannot work without phenomenal businesses like Microsoft. But you know, bringing cloud, putting AI, and putting connectivity on the stage, I think it says a lot. I think it really does. So do you mind if I fire one or two questions at you?
Yes.
Yeah? So, okay. So pre-prepared, just one or two questions if you don't mind. So question one, Open Gateway. I mean, in this sense, how do you see the roles of operators and the future of convergence of comms and cloud?
Yeah, this has been a core part of our strategy for a long time. We've had hybrid as part of that. And we think what we're going to have is to push compute as close as possible to the problems being solved. You can't just do that in a hyperscale data center. I mean, there's problems you can solve there. But of course, all of us, even in an event like this, are seeing cases where we need that edge compute, that capability that's right there with us the entire way. So we expect a new brand of applications to come out, and it's going to leverage cloud and edge, but also a programmable network. If it doesn't work without that, then we need to make sure that we can light up all of those motions. So it's got to be a deep partnership with the clouds and the operators. It can't just be one of us doing it without the other.
Thank you, Jason. We heard a lot about Open Gateway. So how's that particular path going to help with the conversion?
Yeah, this is very exciting. I think if you saw the keynote this morning, I thought Jose Maria did an amazing job. My boss, Satya Nadella, was also there to have a discussion on what this looks like. Open Gateway is super important because if you think about the developers that are out there, we need a strong developer ecosystem. As a developer, I'm going to expect that I can write applications and they need to be able to span operator networks. That's what's going to make it economical to me. But at the same time, we have so much value in these networks, I have to have a way to go light up that value. So Open Gateway and that interoperability helps me as a developer, and we're even introducing Azure programmable connectivity to get software developers to start targeting those APIs so we can do really cool new applications that, again, that can span, but they can do really nice things on top of the network and take advantage of all the cool stuff. And Telefónica, you guys have been out in front of this. We got some real APIs we want to be able to leverage that you have. So that combination is going to be super powerful.
Thank you. I'm glad. I couldn't agree more. I mean, as I said, without you, I don't think we can make it happen. This is where the whole industry needs to get behind the Open Gateway and the movement. So final question, if you don't mind. I mean, we have a massive network infrastructure that is more dynamic and flexible than ever, which is a great opportunity for cloud and AI to provide even further efficiencies. So what's Microsoft's approach to help us in this mission?
So So this is a really exciting time for all of us. If you've seen the ChatGPT work that's come out, the OpenAI work, collaboration with Microsoft, these are some really amazing new technologies. You've seen us use this with things like GitHub Copilot for software developers. We're going to bring the exact same thing also for operating networks so that you can actually use AI in those contexts. So we're introducing Azure Operator Insights as a way to go do that. As you mentioned, I think the scale of these networks that we have is just massive. But of course, as we all understand, we have to bring the price down. We want to keep going. The cost has to go down. Resiliency, security, these are things we have to continue to do. So bringing AI to manage that fabric, super important. The last thing we're also doing is we also recognize, and look, I spent 10 years building the Azure cloud and the supercomputers and the rest of it. I also recognize we're not just going to go take network functions and toss them into a hyperscale cloud and have them just work. That's not ever been our plan. We are introducing hybrid technology. So Azure Operator Nexus already has tens of millions of production subscribers on it today. You can run that in your own data center, and you can get the advantage of both. You can take the same technology and also put it on the cloud if that makes sense for you, but you get flexibility between the two. So I think all those combinations, AI, flexible networks, but let's bring the cost of operating the networks down, figure out how to leverage AI, bring up efficiency, et cetera. This is a really exciting time if you are somebody who specializes in this area.
You can see the collaboration here is extremely aligned and tight. We're super passionate about it, but I have to say, we were just the warm-up act, because now you got to see this really come to life. You've understood how it's all set out and the theory. Let's see some real-life demonstrations. Please welcome to the stage one and only Chema Alonso. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark.
Hey. Thank you very much.
Go for it, buddy.
Jason.
Good luck, Tim.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hello, how are you doing? And good morning, one and all, and thanks for joining us here in Telefónica Podium. Your home, it's a pleasure one more year to be here and see you around. I'll elaborate on the previous presentation. What Mark and Jason raised are very important topics. Let me look back and tell you where we come from here in Telefónica. We started back in 2016 a very ambitious digital transformation process of the company. We wanted to transform our company into a platform on which to build digital services, and that's why we developed the fourth platform, which is a platform where data is normalized, where APIs are standardized, where digital services would be integrated, and at the same time granting the possibility to bring on board third parties in a thorough and safe way. It's been now years that the fourth platform has become our own digital services platform. We call it Kernel. On this platform, we operate all our services, 644 billion of normalized data registers, 6 million monthly Aura users. Aura is our digital assistant for Telefónica users in the contact center, in Movistar Home, in TV channels or mobile applications. And little by little, we have integrated large companies such as TikTok, podcast platforms, Netflix. We have integrated many digital suppliers within the platform. As you have seen in this MWC, we wanted to go one step forward and not sticking only into the digital services we create in-house. We wanted to be open to the possibilities of digital developers all around the world. And this is what Open Gateway is about. Open Gateway is precisely as simple and as complicated as ensuring that all developers at the global level can lever on the capabilities of the telco sector without having to deal with any complexity. That means using a standard API which with one code line can allow you to have access to all our capabilities, be it network, be it our systems, be it the data hosted in the company. And in order to do so globally and to ensure that all the telco companies are aligned, we have partner with the GSMA in a project called Camera, aiming at standardizing APIs. That is, ensuring that the API is the same one no matter where it comes from, Telefónica or any other company. So the first move we're going to operate here in Telefónica is thinking about all the network investments. This has been the case for many years now. In this slide, you can see our vision about how to push forward our capabilities so that in the future we can have immersive 8K, 3D, multidisciplinary environments, and for that to be possible, we need to deploy new networks with low latencies and high broadband. For that, we'll deploy fiber, home fiber. In countries like Spain, we are world leaders in home fiber deployment. Also, we'll deploy fiber into the bedrooms so that connectivity is ensured. 5G standalone, 5G with the network slicing related capabilities in order to develop new digital services, and of course all the deployments in wireless Wi-Fi. Telefónica is the company that installs more Wi-Fi networks in Spain. Now, connectivity, of course, will have to come or go hand in hand with a computational capability, a very high computational capacity. New digital services will need of a great deal of computing and connectivity, and the only way to ensure a good service with a low latency in order to respond to the needs that the new services require, such as real-time functionment like driverless cars, drones, etc., will deploy all this. And for that, we will have to make an important financial effort in order to deploy on the edge computational networks. All this would be pointless unless we ensured that in our networks and in our capabilities, well, there's real-time capability on demand so that technology developers can personalize them by using one code line. Today, the only element that coders cannot personalize is the connection. All the rest can be personalized: memory, processes, microprocessing, etc. But not the connectivity experience. This cannot be personalized for the time being, and this is why we're working on the Open Gateway project, which is not a Telefónica project. It's a project led by GSMA, and us telcos have joined the project in order to standardize our capabilities. In a normal vision, we would see something that would look like this slide. Consumers use apps developed by developers by using the capabilities of large technology providers or suppliers such as cloud providers, Microsoft, APIs, aggregators, and they connect to the network up to date. The capabilities we have of programming the network in real time was very limited. And what we want is to make sure that technology developers, while using the ecosystems that they use on a daily basis to deploy new services, well, we want to make sure that they can benefit of our network to improve the experience in the use of their apps. And there's something which is very important and that has to be underlined. We sometimes forget that we are there, we are connected to the cloud in order to get to the developers, but at the same time, when we look at users, at consumers, they do not connect to users' interfaces directly. Before connecting into them and enjoying a cloud gaming experience, they have to connect to the network, because connectivity does not happen only in the layer between the cloud and the network, but also between users and apps, applications. And for that, we are deploying and building what we call AP-first capabilities. That means that all the capabilities that we are deploying in Telefónica by design, by default, both in terms of launching and creation, will be AP-fied. There is no vision that does not include an APA in terms of network capabilities. Secondly, APAs have to be developers friendly. They have to be one single line of code, and this is what we are working on. All the APIs that you're going to be seeing in all the demos and that are being standardized in Camara are thought to be one single line of code, are designed to be one single line of code. So very simple to program, very easy to program. Also, we want to ensure that our APAs solve all the potential problems in terms of privacy, security, consent, management, etc. All this needs to be protected in the open gateway layer so that by design, APIs are refined and include all the necessary automatisms. We want to make sure that complexity lays on our side. For developers, they need to be easy to use, user-friendly, and of course, they need to be real-time, on-demand, and in the environments they use. We don't want to switch the way programmers work. We are not asking them to change their development environment. We are bringing our skills into their workstations. Our vision, our open gateway vision, is not thought only for network technology. The telco industry has developed many capabilities in the last few years. Communications, platforms with SMS, RCS, calls forwarding, etc. All the elements that are connected to connectivity will be included in open gateway. Also quality on demand, mobile network, landline, so that developers and deployers can use and grasp useful information to make connections useful and efficient. CDN, the TV platforms, edge computing, not to speak about all the work that has been deployed by GSMA against fraud and against fraud identity, or identity fraud rather. We will integrate all this into Gateway to ensure that we can use device location, device status, associated identity to SIM cards, SWIM, swapping, etc. So all this translates into very simple element, which is making developers' life easy and allowing them to use programmable networks that can be somehow globalized, as if it were only one, like the supercomputer that the president keeps referring to. We want to make sure we have one single API without really bearing in mind into which network we are connected. And in this framework, we have launched several pilots or experiences. You will be able to see this in the Metaverse. We will use an API to carry out a call forwarding so that all developers who in their virtual environment want to, I don't know, forward calls, well, they can do so. So you don't have to abandon the Metaverse experience and you can answer your phone calls there. We have integrated this in our virtual reality experience in different virtual worlds, and it's as simple as using an API to redirect calls. There's another functionality in the gaming world this time. We have standardized APIs for quality on demand. We use this one in a smart Wi-Fi so that in the Wi-Fi at home, at home, you can prioritize traffic in one device or another, so that at home you can, let's say, improve the quality of specific devices on demand to avoid saturation or interruptions. In Movistar Home, we have a dashboard, so you can check on real time how the PIN is operating for each device. Now, in the mobile network, we'll have the capability to use this quality on demand service, and we've done so that cloud gaming devices can use discongested devices, and thus improving a better quality experience with no interruptions. You can see this in this demo. In the case of Spain, we have included this this as a capability so that our rewards tokens users can activate so from their mobile phones and enjoy the experience. So if a user has a token available, they have to go to the gaming screen, accept the conditions, and by using the rewards program tokens, apply the boosting for that specific device and enjoy a better experience, a better gaming experience. If we combine these APIs with edge computing, we achieve even more fine-tuned experiences. A while ago in a MWC, we presented an experience in which we digitize with a webcam what one could see in the edge computing so that users could cycle while using a VRC lenses. For that, you need a very low latency, of course, of the whole process. The entire project was implemented through an ad hoc project. We had to, of course, work on the Amphi, etc. We have implemented this time this program in a startup called Famefo that uses drones in order to broadcast football matches. They capture an image which is sent to the edge, processed, and then sent to mobile devices that from their devices they will be able to see what is happening in a meeting, in an encounter, in a volleyball match, in this specific example. Another use case that has been implemented with Microsoft, we are very eager and we hold this experience very dear. Remote experiences for e-health services. In this case, we will use a standard API, the same API that has been mentioned before, not like we have to develop a tailor-made project for this experience. So again, we use the same API, and in a congested environment, in an environment with very heavy traffic, we can open a flawless channel. This is another use case to tackle fraud, where we have used information from a mobile device to make financial transaction safe. This use case comes from Brazil, Global Bank. It's in production. The app is being used by the customers. I believe we have a short clip to better illustrate this use case.
Global is one of Brazil's most respected financial institutions, with over $13 billion in assets. As part of a long-standing relationship, Global and Vivo, Brazil's leading telecom operator, signed an agreement to explore the benefits of Open Gateway. The first Open Gateway API to be implemented by Global is device location verification, which enables the bank to validate its customer's location in real time, increasing security in loan transactions. And how does this take place? All begins when a customer seeking a personal loan navigates through Global's app and fills in personal data information, including home address. As a following step, the customer consents to Global sharing the informed data with Vivo, and Vivo, also acting upon consent, validates the customer's address, comparing it to different data sources. In a matter of seconds, the requested personal loan can be accessed, and Global can rest assured that the highest security standards were applied.
Meu nome é Alexandre Rai, eu sou o CIO do Banco Global. Temos muitos desafios diários aqui no banco, desde a agilidade na experiência do cliente à redução de fraudes nas contratações. A API Device Location Verification representa um avanço tecnológico, pois tanto a precisão na natureza real-time da operação, como na localização do cliente, comparados com o produto atual, são bastante relevantes. É a Vivo novamente trazendo inovação para os nossos produtos. Para nós, vejo a oportunidade para testar e implementar novas soluções que nos permitam continuar a tornar nossos processos mais robustos e nossas decisões ainda mais precisas.
Bueno, como veis, es un caso.
So as you can see, this use case is not new. We have been working with similar use cases for quite a long time now. The only difference is that not having standardized APIs, which are now open for developers, well, all the capabilities from the telco sector are only reachable by large companies with a scale that can speak with us all. So in order to avoid this limitation, in order to break silos and allowing that the innovation barrier is lower, this is the reason why we have standardized APIs. Here we have another example. Carrier billing, or paying through your telco invoice, well, is now quite common, but only some companies have the capability of integrating with with us. So one of the elements that we have standardized is standardizing the carrier billing API in order to allow a small, for example, startup called Canto, which is an entertainment startup in the area of karaoke. They use now carrier billing services by calling only once to an API, yet another example. So in order to understand how to develop all these APIs and in order to better understand the use cases that will require of an industry transformation, to better understand the capabilities that we need to push forward, we have been partnering with Microsoft, Amazon, and other cloud suppliers to launch an early adopters program. Today, in Telefónica's website, opengateway.com.telefonica.com, you will find all the relevant information of the early adopters program with a QR code in order to access it, and this will allow you to visit our APIs, which are in a pre-launch stage, and there will be working in partnership with the startups, developers, and other companies that want to use the capabilities of the telco networks in order to develop new services. And the program, one of the programs with which we have been working more thoroughly, has been Microsoft. We have developed an Azure program to ensure programmable connectivity, and I would like to invite David Carmona, who is one of the best engineers and a dear friend. David, give me a hug. It is a pleasure to be here with you, Chema. Thank you very much indeed. Wow, thank you, Chema.
Triple, primero por estar aquí.
Well, it's a threefold pleasure because I'm here in Spain. I am with Telefónica. It's a key partner in this big transformation in the cloud towards this convergence with the operators. And then thirdly, because I'm here with you, Chema. So the last time we were together on a stage, it was 20 years ago, and I really was looking forward to it. So Chema and me were used to entering code, right, Chema? So now I'm going to give you some ideas about code. I will be typing code for you today so that you can see how easy it is to use these APIs from the point of view of a developer. So how to have access to the full capabilities of the network. And one is latency. Imagine that we have a scenario in which we want to put the latency in 10 milliseconds, for example, real time, and you need this very low latency between point A and point B. So you have to establish this property, this code done by Azure, and in just one line, you can establish this property that you need from this network. Just one line, you have access into Azure of all the infrastructure of Telefónica so that you can have access to more advanced capabilities of the network. So also, we need the consent of the user and also the location. We need the consent of the user if you need some sort of capability in which the privacy of the user is included. So it is also supported for the consent of the user of these capabilities. So what's going on behind? So The trick to make this work is to put together Azure with the operator, Telefónica, and we all do it in a transparent way. So to the left, we can see this, the developer getting in touch with this API, Azure, for example. You can store a piece of data, or you can do whatever you want in these advanced APIs of Telefónica. Then to the right, it is a special case in which the developer has this credential through the operator, via the operator, and having access to this, and Azure would be like a hub. And behind all this, there is a key piece. It is the Azure programmable connectivity, different adapters depending on the operators, and we are doing this in a partnership with different operators, one of them Telefónica. So to us, this is why the open gateway has been so relevant to us, and this is why we are so excited. It's going to facilitate this adaptation between the cloud and the operator, because we already have a standard that can be used so that this is all unified. Our commitment as founders, together with Telefónica, of this Open Gateway initiative is to work with the clients to give the feedback and do the future definition of this initiative. And also, apart from all these capabilities, Chema has already mentioned all these capabilities, but there are many more, like, for example, monitoring of these resources so that we can think of more intelligent scenarios in which we can define where to execute our application depending on our requirements, very dynamic one. And also, as we saw in the last example, discovering other resources, which are the networks I have, and which are the targets and the scenarios in order to execute my application so that I can move around on real time. So another example, just to give you another example of all this, we are, Chema showed many examples. We are working with a car rental company. So they bring you the car to your place in a remote way. So they have remote workers that can drive the car to your place, to your house, if you have rented it, so that you can just drive it on your own. And then imagine an application like this. You are driving a car in a remote way through 5G, and you need a great capability of the network. So you need to get really into the network. And what this application does is, in a very smart way, using artificial intelligence, can identify if the road is too busy or not. And depending on how busy it is, then it is asking for more broadband, optimizing these capabilities. So a good example. And as Chema said, many more that are going to come in a new generation of applications we are going to witness in the future. So we have also the early adoption program open to developers. And well, it's been a pleasure, Chema. I think that in the following months, we are going to keep on talking about this in this collaboration, expanding the cloud to the operators. So as Jose Maria said, to putting together the cloud with the earth. So the demos of cybersecurity is not the same as the demos that you normally do. That was, I was not typing code, as you said in your presentation. So as you've seen in this demo of remote driving, so the magic is that any company that can use this standardized camera app APIs, it can be an American company, and this car is getting to Spain, connected to Spanish telecommunication networks, or to Brazil with Brazilian telecommunication networks, or Germany. Because in all these different cases, for the developer is exactly the same API. And what's different is the implementation that we've been doing of the Open Gateway. So here you can see this Azure program, but we wanted to give you more details. And in Telefónica, we've been creating our own platforms, means that we have created a lot of capabilities and development resources, and we thought that we had to take a step forward. And in artificial intelligence has come to our lives. Artificial intelligence is a buzzword, and we see that this generative artificial intelligence is everywhere. Generation of comics, images, texts, etc. One of the companies that is the most important one is OpenAI, and so we really trust them when developing code together with GitHub. So we have reached an agreement, and Telefónica and all the engineers of Telefónica are working with artificial intelligence of Copilot. It is the assistant of generative AI, generating codec. I think I said it correctly, Juanjo. So we are going to use all these capabilities for the management of the security. We have Azure, OpenAI with codecs, and we are going to transform the way we are developing things, and we are going to start developing all technologies and all the platforms on this collaboration with GitHub and Copilot. I don't know if you know Copilot. So this is the way I'm going to start doing the code. It's going to help us developers to do this. The code writing is more efficient, it is faster, and you will be able to include it in your automatic revision code processes. The last part is to make this accessible to the client. So everything we are manufacturing, the cloud, the earth, the APIs that we are building, so that they are accessible to the clients. And we need these projects that are going to make the most of all these capabilities that we are generating in the telecom industry. And this is why we are working with companies that are going to help us to do this digital transformation to our customers. One of these companies is Deloitte. We have signed a collaboration agreement, and I would like to invite Pablo. Benito, are you around? Pablo, how are you? Thank you, Chema. So we've been talking about a lot of things in the Mobile World Congress. Today we're going to talk about how to do this digital transformation using Open Gateway and also using your capabilities and Deloitte. So what does that mean? This Open Gateway collaboration between Deloitte and Telefónica to help our customers. Well, to us, it means a great opportunity to bring the technology in a more efficient way to all our clients, and having this access to the capabilities of the operators in a very intuitive and user-friendly way with such a standardized open APIs allows us to simplify what was very complicated before. And we've seen carrier billing, examples like carrier billing, giving this service, billing through the operator thanks to different APIs. It's going to allow us as developers to bring the solutions in a more efficient way with different business scenarios, how we can complement this with all the traditional areas like the risk management, cybersecurity, and other capabilities as the quality of the demand, security, simplification. It's going to allow us to create a competitive advantage to our customers as well, the final users, the end users, and all the economy, the digital economy in our society. So to us, it is a great pleasure to be together with Telefónica in this trip that we have just started, and we are looking forward to it, and we expect to have a great impact on society. One of the important things of this collaboration and the Open Gateway is the standardization. It's going to reduce the complexity when doing the transformation projects in the network, but we also have to collaborate in order to develop capabilities, because in digital transformation, we are going to need from Deloitte greater knowledge of our capabilities, and also we are going to use you to learn which are these users' cases that, and also the capabilities that we need to develop internally. So what do you think, and Deloitte, to come with us in this journey, taking into account the simplification of the project, this reduction of the complexity? This is going to help the amount of digitalization processes. What's your vision in order to make the most of this open gateway project? Well, we think that it is fundamental, this initiative through GSMA, to create a standard that goes further beyond our telco and that must be adopted at global level by all telecommunications. If it wasn't like this, all the different developers would have a barrier. So to us, reduction costs thanks to the simplification, and these technologies are going to be used even more. So what took us a lot of effort to develop in the past, we will be able to develop it very easily now. For example, autonomous car, where we need latency, quality and demand, security, anti-fraud solutions, risk management in a country, in a company as Deloitte is going to help us to combine traditional services to these solutions that will integrate all these capabilities in a wider community. It's going to simplify our lives, and it's going to allow us to get there fastly, and then the clients are going to get a lot of benefits from these technologies. So we have already launched Open Gateway, and we have already talked about collaboration. Now we have to work on it. Well, not many more things to say. We just wanted to explain to you what's this project that we have launched today. You can go to the stands in other telecommunication companies, and you are going to see different demos because we are all using the same APIs. For Telefónica, in the opengateway.telefonica.com, you will see the list of APIs that are standardized and accessible for the early adopters program, and the ones that are standardized with the Camara standard. So if you see Camara, it means that it's industry standardized API. So we are going to see demos of all the different APIs, cloud gaming environments in which we co-manage the networks, quality on demand. You are going to see how the experience for the users works in Movistar tokens, if you want to activate the busting. Also the different demos of the drones company with the streaming videos using edge computing and so on and so forth. And they will all be accessible for you so that you can make the most of them. So thank you very much for being here. Such a beautiful day to us. We are talking about a project that is going to bring us together hand in hand, and we hope you find it very fruitful. Thank you very much.
hardware into Brazil.
Sí. Yeah.
Racks. So like I'm from Azure, so we put the Azure racks and things like that.
Y que os invitamos a que vengáis a verlas. La primera experiencia es poder conectarnos en tiempo real con el campo en Galicia, donde tienen un dispositivo IoT, como el que tenemos aquí de muestra, que puede monitorizar parámetros de clima y de suelo, como podéis ver ahí abajo. Además, la segunda experiencia nos va a permitir tomar decisiones en 3 casos de uso: gestión inteligente del riego, prevención de enfermedades y cuaderno de campo. Las decisiones que se tomen, las consecuencias se van a ver en la pantalla. Y por último, podéis ver como la trazabilidad de la cadena de producción del vino de las bodegas.
Hello. Welcome to this presentation about how to make Open Gateway happen. If you have been paying attention this morning in Mobile World Congress, you have heard a lot of information about Open Gateway. We have launched the program, and not only in Telefónica, but across the whole GSMA, many different telcos and other companies are participating in Open Gateway. Today, I'm going to talk about how are we making it happen, to what extent this is already a reality, and you will be surprised of all the good progress that we have made so far. But first of all, let me tell you why are we doing Open Gateway. If you think about it, the biggest and most successful digital platform is the telco network. All the other digital platforms in the world rely on the telco network. But surprisingly, it's the only digital platform that is not fully API-fied, that is not programmable. That's what we want to change now. We want to make the telco network programmable. Let me draw an analogy so that it's easier to understand what we do with Open Gateway. If you remember, in the year 2000, we had this kind of mobile phones, the feature phones that you see there, right? And 10 years later, a big revolution happened, the smartphone. What happened? Basically, the feature phone had a very limited hardware with a very specific purpose, just communication. 10 years later, we had a general purpose computer, something much more powerful, but also much more generalistic. Anything could be run on it. The feature phone had a very closed software, very difficult to customize. It was difficult to write applications. However, 10 years later, we had a very open software, very open platform, API-fied, and very developer-friendly. It is very easy to develop applications for Android or iOS. And finally, the business model, very important as well. We moved from a closed business model into an open business model. So what we're trying to do with Open Gateway is very similar. Let me draw the analogy. We had the older networks, 3G, 4G, copper, and the newer ones based on 5G and fiber. The older networks are limited platforms with a very specific purpose, which is communications. The new networks of today are more generalistic. Jose María, our president, was talking about this supercomputer. Our networks are not only for communications, they also involve edge computing, network exposure functions. We have a very good platform now. In the older networks, we have closed software, difficult to customize. It's impossible to write software, being an application developer, to change our networks. Now we want the networks to be fully programmable, API-fied, very developer-friendly, so that anybody can write an app that take advantage of the capabilities of the network. And finally, the business model. We want to move from a one-sided business model to a more open business model. So that's where Open Gateway sits. We are pushing to have these API-fied networks that are developer-friendly. Okay, but what do we mean when we say developer-friendly? Or how can you be developer-friendly? Well, you need at least these 4 main ideas. First of all, it has to be multi-telco, same APIs for all the telcos. Secondly, developers need many useful APIs, not just 1 or 2, many APIs for many use cases. Third, it has to be deployed in many countries, because if you're a global developer, you want to write your software once and have it work all over the world. And finally, the APIs have to be exposed in well-known developer systems, because developers spend many years learning their ecosystem, and they expect all the tools to be readily available. So let me go through each one of these bullets one by one. Sorry. First of all, multi-telco. Well, you saw the announcement this morning. The GSMA has launched the Open Gateway initiative. It's a framework for APIs designed to provide universal access to operator networks for developers and hyperscalers. So it is a global initiative, and it's more than just a PowerPoint. We have today 20 telcos all over the world that are supporting the initiative and that have been exposing their APIs in the last few months so that we can announce that today. So here you see from América Móvil, our competitor in Latin America, to AT&T in the United States. You see Deutsche Telekom and Orange in Europe, Telefónica, of course, Vodafone, we have Telenor, we have China Mobile as well. We have KDDI, KT. I mean, you see the logos. The whole world is represented here. I think that's very, very important. The second point is to have many useful APIs. And we have now, today, a first set of APIs agreed across all the telcos that you saw in the previous slide. We have APIs in production, in the networks, for all these areas. Quality on demand. Very important to be able to set the quality and how the traffic flows across our networks. That gives you a lot of power to develop applications that can take advantage of the quality of the network. We'll see some use cases later. We have device status to know if the device is connected or roaming. Very simple, but very useful for security. We have number verification. If a developer enters, sorry, not the developer, a user using an application is asked for his phone number. He enters the phone number. The application can check with the telco if that is the real phone number of that phone. Again, it's good for security, for making sure that the user is who he says he is. SIM swap. Has this phone changed SIM in the last hours, in the last days? Important for security because maybe it has been stolen. With SIM swap, you can make a call into the telco and say, has this changed, and know whether you can trust or not this phone. Number verification, this is another form of number verification, is the traditional SMS two-factor authentication that already exists. We're just making it standard so that anybody can integrate very easily. Carrier billing checkout, the same idea. You can charge your customer on his phone bill using this API. Has existed for a while, now we're making it standard as well. Location verification. This is a very important API, particularly for IoT devices that do not have the GPS hardware. Until today, it was not possible to find the location of a device that doesn't have GPS in it. But many IoT devices are very inexpensive. They cannot afford to put a GPS chip inside, so they can just call the network through the SIM and verify the location of this device. And finally, there is a whole family of APIs around edge site selection. What is the best edge computing node where you can run your application that this user is using now in his phone in Barcelona? Well, all these APIs are now being standardized in Camara. And all of them are open source. What you see here scrolling is the actual Camara website where all the APIs are listed. And what is Camara? Camara is an initiative of GSMA and the Linus Foundation precisely for the standardization of these APIs. Remember, these are not very complicated network APIs for network engineers. No, these are very simple service APIs for application developers. We are simplifying all the complexity of all our networks into one single line of code. And of course, this is only the beginning. We see a lot more APIs in many different families. For instance, everything related to data centers and edge computing, the routing of traffic, what is the best node. We are only scratching the surface now with the current APIs. All the APIs for communications as a service. All these APIs to send SMS, RCS, WebRTC, all of those can be standardized and included into the Camara family. Network information and access, these are the core of all the endeavor, because with these APIs, you can control the network as an application developer. That's amazing that you can call into the network and have the network tailored to your needs. That's really, really, really a revolution, I think. Payments and financial services, we saw that we have some APIs for security and payments, but we see a lot of evolution there with all the knowledge that telcos have inside the network. We can have a very, very nice set of APIs on payments and financial services. And finally, security and privacy, not only for financial services, but for any company that is trying to know their customer. That can be a great, great area for future growth in APIs. My main point here is that we don't know yet how big is this going to be, but we know it's going to be big. Then multi-country. How do we make all these APIs multi-country? Well, it's very easy. Each of the telcos, we are deploying the APIs in our countries. In the case of Telefónica, today we are presenting 6 APIs already in the production network. If you are in Movistar today with your phone connected to Movistar, these APIs are available for the applications. We have quality on demand deployed in Spain, Brazil, and Germany. Device status in the same countries and verify location as well. And in Spain, and here in Barcelona, of course, we have number verification in the 2 flavors and carrier billing. If you want to see the demos in that corner over there, you will see that all the demos are running on top of the production network. They are not demos, they are a reality. And this is February 2023. We'll see in a few months how many more we have. So in order to talk about this, I'm going to show you a video of the bosses of the network in Telefónica, the guys that are responsible for the network in Spain and in Germany. So please, let's see the video.
Telefónica, we are very proud to making things happen as part of today's GSMA announcement, OpenGate. I would say this is great news for the telco industry and huge milestones for the whole ecosystem. Telefónica España, Telefónica Spain, we are working to implement a wide set of APIs that will allow developers and service providers to build, I would say, advanced experiences with a single line of code. And thanks to our early adopters program, we are opening such standardized telco APIs so that a limited set of developers can build new digital services that will reach quite a lot of customers.
The future of networks has never been that close, and we at Telefónica start already implementing. One of the key success factors will be interoperability, because interoperability will enable our developers and our service partners to integrate and interwork with all telecom operators in a real-time and real easy way. We at Telefónica plan to open our infrastructure and our network very fast by enabling data security and giving our customers control over their data. We are already on board with implementing GSMA Camara APIs like quality on demand, like device location information or status information. And you will see first services, API-based services for our customers quite soon. We are working in an early adopters program together with the big hyperscalers and the big platform players in order to provide these new capabilities. So you see, the future of connectivity is what we build right now, and we have started implementing that at Telefónica.
Yeah, so as you see, these guys are actually doing all the work. I'm just here talking. Okay, so the last important point here is the well-known developer ecosystem. Developers spend years of their career learning environments. They are not just developers. They are AWS developers or Azure developers. They know certain technologies. They spend a lot of time doing that. So we need to expose all these APIs cleanly in those environments using the syntax, taking advantage of the developer communities in those environments. That's the only way developers will find this developer friendly. So I'm happy to announce all our partnerships with AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, and Vonage that will be participating with us in the early adopters program to expose all the APIs through their ecosystems. I think these are fantastic partners. We are working together very well. And at the end of the day, we have the same goal, which is to make developers happy, to offer them solutions that, solve real business needs. So let's see a bunch of use cases. How are we solving these real business needs? What have we done with these APIs so far? So let me start with Sinfo for video production. Most of the sports that happen on a daily basis are not broadcasted because most of the sports are, kids playing on Sundays volleyball or tennis or whatever. There's a lot of content that is not being broadcast today because it is too expensive. So Sinfo is a company that has found a way of making this happen, of broadcasting anything from anywhere. And they have an artificial intelligence system that follows where the ball is and moves the camera in real time to follow the ball so that it is even more cheaper, because you don't need an operator there. It just moves around with it. So this is a collaboration between AWS, Sinfo, and Telefónica, and we have been using the API of Quality on Demand mobile. So let's see the video, please. Okay, so to talk about this, let me invite to the stage Amir, which is the Director of Telco Product Management from AWS. Amir?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amir. Thank you for being with us today.
Absolute pleasure.
What do you think about Open Gateway?
Well, first of all, I think it's a great milestone for the telco industry. It's a great program. Fundamentally, I think what we're trying to do with industry leaders like Telefónica is to change how network has been consumed. Historically, network has been consumed through physical connectivity services. The Open Gateway program will allow the network being consumed as APIs by the millions of developers that are out there, whether they belong to whichever ecosystem, as you rightly pointed out. And in terms of AWS, the way we see it is because today all AWS services are microservices. They are basically APIs consumed by the developers. So historically, our developer ecosystem was limited to just consuming the cloud services as APIs. The Open Gateway API program will allow the same developers to be able to consume the network as APIs in conjunction with cloud services as APIs. And I think that presents a great opportunity.
Precisely. But in the short term, what opportunities do you see for consumers, for customers?
I think there are a tremendous amount of opportunities. We started our journey in the edge cloud, 5G edge cloud, 3 years ago when we announced AWS wavelength zones. And I believe the network API and the maturity of the operators and networks, such as Telefónica, has actually come to that stage where we can now combine the compute services offered by wavelength zones with the network APIs. And that will give birth to probably net new generation of both B2B2C and B2B2B use cases, aka the enterprise use cases or the consumer use cases. Whether that use case falls into a gaming domain or whether that use case is an autonomous vehicle, a roaming domain, that's to be seen.
Yeah, lots of use cases I can see in the future, really. But in particular with Sinfo, can you tell us anything about this video that we saw, what you guys did with them?
I think it's been a very joyful journey, and why I say joyful journey, as I mentioned, we've had wavelength zones out there for now a little more than 3 years. With Sinfo and with Telefónica, so thank you to you, with your ability to bring quality on demand API, it changed the game, because all of a sudden we were able to enable a real customer, Sinfo, a developer, who was trying to build a video streaming application to actually stream live sports events without actually having compute on those events. That's really eases adoption for them. And this was only being able by Telefónica providing us the quality and demand API, us leveraging together between AWS and Telefónica our Madrid wavelength zone, and then Sinfo building the application by streaming the application through video cameras onto the nearest wavelength zone, and there all of the AI algorithm would actually determine the next steps for that feed. Now this really needed a very fast path to the wavelength zone, and it also needed a very low jitter. This is what we mean when we say quality on demand API. Network for perspective. We're really talking hard, tangible parameters. And thanks to Telefónica that you were able to provide both. And as AWS, we were able to provide a fully managed experience. That Sinfo didn't have to worry about what is the latency value at this particular time versus the jitter value at that particular time. They were just focusing on their application. And between AWS and Telefónica, we were working behind the scenes to offer them a frictionless experience. That is the true power what we can unlock together for the developers and the next generation of use cases that we can unlock for the industry.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit like magic. I'm a telecommunication engineer, and for years I've been dreaming of this kind of scenario where the application can control the network, can find the closest compute, and make it happen. And just that's exactly what we did. So how do you see the future? Where are we going with all of this?
I think the results that we've seen are pretty promising. I mean, if you don't mind, I can share the results.
Yes, of course.
So we've seen a consistent latency of less than 20 milliseconds. But more importantly, we've seen Telefónica's QoD API, quality and demand API, was able to offer jitter in peak load conditions of better than 90%. Now, this is what really, and all of this was happening, and Sinfo had no clue that this is happening. And that is the beauty. So what we see, we now want to use the same work that we have done with Telefónica, with a lot of our other wavelength zone partners in different parts of the world, across US, across Asia Pacific, and with other partners in Europe. And we would want to unlock this fully managed experience for the developers, so that we believe that is the key to unlocking the next generation of use cases. Because the developers, we can't expect developers to understand and monitor the jitter and latency. We can do together between both of us to make possible the future use cases which have a network awareness or which have a network dependency or quality of demand dependency, so that we can actually do the heavy lifting for them.
So thank you very much, Amir, for your words and for all this collaboration. It's been a pleasure.
David. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, everyone.
So you can see we're building a platform and we're doing it together with more telcos and with many hyperscalers. Let me show you another example. You can see it in the demonstration room as well. Blacknut. Blacknut is a cloud gaming company. As you know, the difference between cloud gaming and traditional gaming is that in traditional gaming, the game is executed in your console, in your PlayStation, in your Xbox, at home. In cloud gaming, the game is executed in the cloud, and all the rendering has to go through the network to the device, and the device can be a very limited device that anyway the game will be fantastic because of all the power of the cloud. Well, you need an excellent network for this. It has to be really, really of good quality. So here we're demonstrating the quality on demand mobile API again, and we're doing this in collaboration with Ericsson, Vonage, with Orange, and with Vodafone, and of course with Blacknut. So it's a very nice collaboration of 3 different telcos, and with the help of Ericsson, that of course is one of our more trusted suppliers. So let me show you the video of this Blacknut demo. It is amazing to see the work that Ericsson has done here, because you would think of Ericsson as a telecommunication infrastructure provider, but with their acquisition of Vonage, they now are part of the hyperscalers club, and they can provide this kind of APIs to their customers, to their developer ecosystems. So it's quite amazing. Let me go to the next use case with Apoclar. Apoclar is an amazing company that takes real images of patients and creates 3D models specific for each patient that doctors can use when they're planning chirurgical intervention or any other kind of procedure. And for doctors, it's like seeing the patient in 3 dimensions. Of course, this all happens in the cloud, and it has to be rendered in the glasses, in the HoloLens. So in partnership with Microsoft and Apoclar, we have developed this demo that is a glimpse of the future. Let's see the video. Amazing. So to talk about this demo, let me call to the stage Ross Ortega, who is the VP of Product Management at Azure for Operators. Ross.
Hey, David.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Okay, so I really love this demo. So tell us more about it, how this came along and what you guys did.
Yeah, so I think when you look at these kind of applications, 3D rendering, video, it really depends on bandwidth and predictable latency. If you look at a typical city in the morning on the 5G network, it's quiet. In the afternoon, the congestion starts happening, the latency starts going up, it becomes a little bit unpredictable. The network then gets quiet kind of in the afternoon, and then the evening rush hour gets higher. So when you have these applications that are very latency sensitive, it becomes very important to control that latency, predictable latency. So using the quality on demand APIs for that predictable latency becomes very, very important. So this is one of the more sophisticated types of applications, but we are seeing applications like this in terms of video analytics, augmented reality, where you need that predictable latency. And again, what we really care about is insulating the developers from a lot of the nuances of the complexity of the network and having a simple API to have that predictable latency.
Yeah, I think this is only the beginning. So what do you think Open Gateway, what value brings to Azure as a technology, as a way of exposing telco APIs?
Yeah, so what we really care about is the developer experience at Microsoft. You know, we develop tools. What does it all look like? What we're seeing right now are 3 different trends in distributed computing coming together. So what's interesting about that, you see where can you run compute in the public cloud, public and private edges, things like that. So we can bring that all together here. So now we start looking forward, how do we make this easier? And so you want the developer to deploy an application anywhere in the world, and it runs on anybody's network, and it runs great on anybody's network. And that's what's great about all these initiatives of common APIs overall. So you don't want to differentiate on APIs necessarily. You want to differentiate kind of on business models, things like that. So we really care about having a simplified developer experience.
And just think about 5 years from now. How do you see the future of this combination of cloud, compute, storage, and network?
Yeah, so what's interesting is that where do applications run? Again, there's these different places you can run compute. What we're seeing is the applications from a distributed perspective being distributed. So if I need better latency, maybe I want to do that at the edge. If it's not latency sensitive, maybe I can use that in the public cloud where I get cloud scale economics for that. So I think we'll see a lot more of that, and we'll see the networks becoming more programmable. So as you have these dynamic APIs where you can understand dynamically what's going on in the network, the applications that can tune itself and have different experiences. So if the bandwidth shrinks, then maybe I'll have one experience. If I have lots of bandwidth, then I can have a different experience. So the application intelligence now gives you a better customer experience.
Yeah, getting this network information is critical for application, because today applications use heuristics. They see that the quality is degrading, so they think, oh, maybe it's the network, then they change the quality of the video, the quality of the streaming. But now with these APIs, they will be able to call the network and ask, what is the problem? And the network will say it. So yeah, we are on for a very interesting journey. And thank you very much, Ross, for coming.
Thank you, David.
All right, so we've talked a lot about quality on demand. We have more examples here. One very interesting example is Canto. Canto is a karaoke application that is deployed in the pay TV business of Movistar Spain, which is called Movistar Plus. So basically you enter into Canto and you can sing along whatever you want, right? So they wanted to establish a freemium model where part of the songs are free, but you can get, paying a price, better songs or better service in general. So this demo, which is not a demo because it is in production now, let me tell you the story, okay? 10 days ago, my boss told me, let's do a demo with Canto. 10 days ago, I want carrier billing in Canto. And I said, of course, let's do it. And we got it ready last Friday. It was that simple. We called Canto, tell them, look, we have this API, it's in production, you just need to integrate it. And they say, okay, let me look at it, because you only have 5 days to do it. And they say, yeah, no problem, and we did it. So it is that fast. When you have APIs, when you APify the capabilities of the telco, adding new functionalities to applications is that simple. So let's see the video. So you can see the combination of the television, the carrier billing, the SMS for confirmation, because of course the user is paying, so you need to confirm all of that in less than 10 days is the power of APIs. We have a few more use cases, so bear with me, because I hope you share the excitement about everything that can be done, so that's why I want to show it to you. VVC, this is the video conferencing application of Vonage. We've done this collaboration with Ericsson as well, and in their application, they have added this button to boost my meeting, which means improve the quality of the network while this meeting is taking place. We have performed calls between Germany and Spain, and it does boost the meeting. It's amazing. So you can have a higher quality, high definition video or whatever you want to do with that boost in the network. Now we have a complete different use case, which is in fintech, Daicoval. Daicoval is one of the main banks in Brazil, and we have partnered with them to use the device location API when they are onboarding customers. So for them, it's very important to know if the customer is in Brazil or it is in Sao Paulo, or whether they are outside, just for security reasons. So let's take a look at the video. Okay, so I'm going to invite Alex Salgado, who is the Chief Revenue Officer of Vivo Telefônica Brazil. Alex.
Hi, David.
Hello,
Great
how are
to
you?
have you here.
Thank you for coming all the way from Brazil.
My pleasure, my friend.
So let's take So tell us a little bit more about the customer, Daicoval, how this whole idea came about.
Okay, Daicoval is a very good customer of us. We have a relationship with them. I have been working with them for 5 years. They are a customer of our IoT company. And he used our data, but back-end data, processed it, and then used into their operation. And once we brought the opportunity to have a real-time, more accurate information to them, they were pretty happy about it and pretty enthusiastic about it. So then we started deploying the solution with them. It's a real operation. And now they can choose whether to provide a low one to the customer or not, based on these network functions. And it has two outcomes, main outcomes for them. First one, reduce the cost with fraud. And the second one is it increase the revenue. Why? Because they might be decline some customers in a wrong way before having the proper information. Now they have the reliable, proper information right on time.
Okay, that's great. Do you see any more opportunities for Open Gateway APIs in the market?
Definitely. We have some room for a great explosion, this kind of solutions, especially in fraud and credit management. The country, Brazil, is known by lots of issues and risks on this field, but also on the gaming and entertainment field, as you have presented here before, and also definitely the OTTs. They can launch new solutions, new platforms, more personalized to the end users. So I think we are going to see the blooming of new APIs, new solutions in the near future.
And do you think Brazil is ready for this kind of new technology, or is something more for Europe? Or
no, we are definitely ready for that.
I knew that. Okay, great, Alex. So thank you very much for coming.
My pleasure, David. Take care.
Bye-bye. Okay, so I won't bore you with more use cases. I just want to mention that at the end of all the videos you have seen the Early Adopters program. This is a program that we're launching today. We already have some developers that have registered. Just go to opengateway.telefonica.com, and there you will see all the information, all the documentation about the APIs. It is a quite robust program with a client SDK, sample code so that developers can understand how things are done, developer documentation, multiple languages. We have SDKs in C#, Python, Go, etc., etc. So please check it out. All of this is available in each aggregator partner with different flavors. They have different ways of approaching developers, and that's the beauty of it. AWS, Azure, and Vonage have already available in Google Cloud in the next few weeks. So to summarize, before I show you another video, the success of Open Gateway depends on being a multi-telco operation with many useful APIs in many countries deployed, and you've seen that Telefónica, we've done our homework, and to be exposed in well-known developer ecosystems. And we have this final video describing the Early Adopters program. Okay, so thank you very much. I hope you share the excitement that I have about all the possibilities of Open Gateway. Please capture the QR code if you're interested. And yeah, let's continue the journey. Thank you.
¿Perdona?
Empezamos ya. Sí.
Petit comité.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Qué tal?
Hello, and good afternoon, one and all. Welcome. My name is Vanesa Montoya, and I belong to the Innovation Department here in Telefónica, Spain. Can you all hear me? I hope you can all hear me. Amazing. So my name is Vanesa Montoya, and with my colleague Irene Cañizares, we'll tell you more about the remote immersive rehabilitation for sclerosis, for multiple sclerosis patients. In the first part of the presentation, we'll speak about expanded reality experiences and different use cases that we have piloted from the innovation department, and then we'll dig into the specific case that we want to share with you today. In the second part of the session, the fun part, please bear with us until the end of the session, we will perform a live rehab session. Before moving on, I would like to remind you, as we have said this morning we have announced the Open Gateway project led by the sector and GSMA and Telefónica in order to turn communication platforms into digital platforms that boost innovation in services like the one we'll be presenting today. For us, in the innovation department, we are convinced that the network is the platform on which we innovate. We count on several digital levers for that. We have a fiber network, one of the most modern and wide bands in Europe. We have 5G technology. As you know, 5G allows us broadband both upwards and downwards. Let me remind you that recently in Telefónica we have recently purchased 1 gigahertz here in Spain. We also have edge computing technology that brings computational capacities to the edge in order to improve latencies and response times. And not only this, but we are also providing edge computing capacity to regenerate content. With the deployment of 5G into 5G standalone, which is the holistic 5G, we'll count on network slicing technology. Thanks to all these levers, we'll have flexible virtual networks that perfectly adapt the needs of the services they support. When we speak about extended reality, we include within this concept several technologies. We're speaking about an umbrella that hosts virtual reality, fully immersive environments in which users can abstract themselves from reality, and this is why we speak about augmented and hybrid reality when we use devices that allow us to interact with animated objects. The extended reality technology allows to develop high potential APPs, yet it's very demanding in terms of network capabilities. Our network with the technological levers that we told you about before will contribute to developing experiences which are accessible from everywhere in real time and in a safe way. One of the key levers for real augmented reality technologies is edge computing, because when we have a virtual reality platform, especially in a multi-user environment, any modification on the environment needs to be recreated on the spot in real time. So the use of edge computing allows us to improve the network capabilities so that the experience is as smooth as necessary, so that it feels real-time, natural. But beyond this, going one step forward, our network might be the support in order to extract the inherent computational and implementing it in the network. Here I'm referring to, for example, using a split rendering in edge computing that allows us to integrate high-definition contents, realistic pictures, so that we get to experiencing digitally as if we were in the real world. This processing would allow us to improve and boost devices' capabilities, and thus including other senses. into them so that we more and more obtain immersive experiences. We are now exploring different possibilities on haptic technology that would allow us to include feel within these shared immersive environments. Last but not least, this also has to do with mixed reality in boosting the capabilities of these devices thanks to the network, and thus improving the perception of the environment, carrying out a mapping, an exact mapping, so that the device knows exactly where they are, so that the application can be enriched and act much more coherently with the environment with which it interacts. As I said before, in terms of innovation, since 2018, we have launched more than 15 projects with the use of this technology. We started with a project called Virtual TV Experience, in which, well, actually it was presented in the MWC 18, and there we presented an immersive content for our TV platform. This when it comes to entertainment, but there are many other verticals where all this technology applies. For example, education. In collaboration with ID University, we have developed an immersive environment in order to learn about the Segovian Baroque, and we also use the split rendering to include realistic holograms. We have also worked with Navantia in the 4.0 industry. We have helped them develop ships in a very precise way thanks to augmented reality. Not to speak about tourism, we have developed augmented experiences in collaboration with Segovia City Council to go through a tour around the city and meet the Catholic kings. And here we have seen many different implementations in health. We have developed a very interesting project in collaboration with Segovia City Council and Caritas, in which we use immersive experiences to help fight cognitive distortions related to aging. Our elderly interact very smoothly with virtual lenses, and we have also broadcasted through a 360 streaming a live operation. We were part in an endoscopy conference in Telefónica with the participation of different participants who could attend online the operation theater. And let me now talk about the use case for today. We have been using augmented virtual reality technologies to boost adherence. I'm going to hand it over to Irene for more details. Hello, my name is Irene Cañizares and I work in innovation, also in Telefónica. And before digging into the rehabilitation solution through virtual reality and 5G, we would like to tell you a little bit more about our motivation. We want to help multiple sclerosis patients. Multiple sclerosis affects the nervous central system. It is oftentimes diagnosed amongst young people between 20 and 40. It's more prevalent in men, and it affects around 50,000 people in Spain. Physical rehabilitation with physiotherapists is one of the treatments that multiple sclerosis patients are entitled to for it to be efficient and so that they can enjoy the benefits of rehabilitation and control the disease. It is important that the rehabilitation is sustained over time, considering that we're speaking about the chronic disease. Rehabilitation is a must throughout all their life, and that's why adherence to treatment is very important. It's very important that patients stick to rehabilitation. We have implemented this experience with experts in neurology and rehabilitation medicine, and they declare that after 1 year, only 30% of patients continue performing rehabilitation periodically, and this is why it's very important to improve adherence to the treatment. So one of the main goals of the project is to improve adherence to treatment, and the main advantage that Telefónica brings is the technological layer, and this technology layer will allow physiotherapists to perform remote physiotherapy sessions, and patients can connect together from home in groups, and physiotherapists will help them somehow hook to the treatment, create and develop the motivation so that adherence to the treatment improves. Physiotherapists will be able to attend patients in a much more tailor-made way and simultaneously. And not only this, but also the platform is designed for patients with multiple sclerosis, but if a doctor refines it, it can be implemented to other conditions, such as brain paralysis or brain stroke and Parkinson. We have developed a multi-user virtual experience. We have come up with virtual scenarios in medieval castles and exotic beaches where patients can connect remotely from home with their physiotherapist. And this is why we say it is a social solution. It's also very motivational because patients connect the virtual world and they interact in gamified experiences like in a video game. This is why we consider it to be extremely motivational, and it's very innovative because it allows to do things together and thus improving adherence, which is again very important for multiple sclerosis patients. What can we give from the technology world? We can combine technologies 5G and edge computing. This will give us a boosted latency, very low latency, which is very important in the virtual reality experiences world. Here's a scheme about the solution at a lower scale, and as I said before, we'll have two forms of users: physiotherapists, who will be connecting from a health center, a patient's organization, and users from home or from the health center. It doesn't really matter. They will connect through augmented reality lenses like the ones here. These lenses have Wi-Fi connection to a router with 5G or fiber. In both cases, both technologies offer us very low latency. And they will connect to the edge computing. Now, the lenses in the market have Wi-Fi connectivity models, but in the future, they will have integrated 5G and they will natively connect to 5G. Will connect to the edge computing because once again, there we have deployed the virtual reality app. This app has been developed by the VR frontier that we'll tell you about in a few minutes. And why is low latency so important in this domain? Well, because we need to have a good experience when we move around a virtual environment. You need to receive a smooth video with no jitter. This is called sickness motion that can produce dizziness. We'll also be able to carry out collaboration-based exercises, passing objects from one user to the other. So it's very important to ensure a low jitter. Let us now introduce the project so that you get acquainted with it. As we said at the beginning, let's now move to the second part of the session. We will now go into a live rehabilitation session. Ana Vega, our colleague from Innovation team, will have to join us here to the podium, please. Ana, hello, are you around? Yes, please, come up, welcome. Ana will be one of the two patients that will take part of this rehab session, live rehab session online. So as we said before, we are now going to carry out a rehab session. Irene will play the role of the physiotherapist. Irene, when you are ready, please let me know. So I'm inside the virtual reality domain. Hello, Elena. Thank you. As you can see on the screen, we have the second patient who is online, Elena Lagostera, from La Frontera VR, the partner with whom we have implemented this project. Hello, Elena. How are you doing? I'm good. How are you? So I believe we are all ready. Off we go. Let me briefly tell you that in the screen, in the central screen, we have inserted a camera in this virtual world in which the rehab session will take place. We have our colleague Daniel Abad in the backstage who will a little bit show you from different perspectives what is going on within this environment. And then we have in the left-hand side screen, you see the view that the health professional has. As you can see, the health professional has a virtual tablet, and you will see what's its use. Irene, off you go. Okay, I'm going to play the role of the physiotherapist, and I'm going to guide you through this rehabilitation session. I have special superpowers in order to move around and get closer to the users undergoing the rehabilitation session. And as Vanessa said, I can carry out a control of the exercises here. So my name is, I am the one with the hat, the witch hat. We have Elena, disguised in pirate, and Anna, Green Robin Hood. Yeah, we can see you perfectly, girls. Good. So without further ado, let's start with the first exercise. I'm going to ask you to work your upper part, and I'm going to bring you all the way to a room here in the castle. There you are. Oh, you... Give me a second, please. Anna? Okay, let us replace you. So, Anna, I'm gonna tell Elena about the exercise. Reposition yourself. So you have a couple of swords here. You'll have to grab it and throw it up in order to kill a flying bug. I'm gonna show how to do it. So how is this working? It looks lovely from the outside. So yeah, you got it. Now I'm gonna raise the bar, and I'm going to ask you to go through a cognitive exercise. It's very important for multiple sclerosis patients to work their cognitive skills. So I'm gonna raise the bar. Now we are entering another room with the statues, the fireplace. You can interact one with another. This is a lovely scenario. I feel like in a magic game, epic fantasy, The Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones. So your left hand side is blue and the right hand side is blue, and you are capable of launching, firing balls, or fireballs rather. So off you go. Elena, let's do it. Oh, this one is green, this one is yellow, blue, red, blue. Remember that you can squat or bend down. You're great, girls. You're bending down nicely. So you're doing a great deal of aerobic exercise. Well done. Great. How do you feel? Should I leave you playing for a couple of minutes, or should we go to the following screen? Wow, this is sporty. I'm gonna give you a break. Let me bring you to the beach now. Refreshing yourselves. So this exercise has to be performed sitting down. This helps patients also switch from one type of exercise to another. So let's now go to the beach. Oh, sorry, the wire is a mess here. Oh, now you can sit down. Lovely. Peter Pan. The pirate ship, the palm trees. So the different immersive scenarios are meant to improve the fun of the sessions. We don't want patients to miss any session, and the idea behind is for patients to have access to different scenarios. Anna, could you raise your hand? My name is Anna, my name is Elena. Elena, off you go.
Y si ya más o menos sabéis quiénes somos cada una, ahora mismo tenemos a la izquierda.
So to the left, a totem, and to the right, another one. Out of each totem, a ball will pop up. You have to grab it, turn towards your colleague, and throw the ball to your colleague, and then back to the totem.
Lo vuelvo a cargar. A ver. Y listas.
Aquí viene una pelota, la primera, Elena, te la tiro. Uy, Elena, para el otro lado.
Esta era para pillar.
Ya veo, ya veo.
Sí, totalmente. Nos has cambiado el sitio.
Otra pelota, Elena, que te va. Venga,
comentar rápidamente.
toda tuya.
Este ejercicio es que es un ejemplo de que gracias a Edge Computing, veis que está...
So thanks to edge computing, they are manipulating a digital item in an immersive world. Anna is here, Elena is in Madrid, and everything is happening like if they were in this pirate beach. Of course, this is the whole thing about the exercise. We want it to be collaborative. And now I'm gonna bring you to a competitive exercise. Final stage, where you will have to show how well you're doing rehabilitation-wise. So once again, let's go to the beach. You'll see impressive views. Here you have a general perspective of the beach, where Irene is, and now I send you to the end. Here are some ships. Hold on a second. Here's a competition. This is a competition now to paddle or rowing. You have to use first your right arm and your left leg. This is a competition. So off you go. On the count of 3. Oh, Elena is beating me. Elena is leading. Anna, you're gonna make it for the team. We need you to make it. We need you to to win. This is Telefónica against La Frontera. Elena, off you go. Come on, come on. We're almost there. She's gonna beat you. Well, the photo finish is gonna tell you that Elena beated you. Okay, amazing. Yeah, perfect. You did it nicely. Now you can remove your lenses. So we hope you enjoyed it, and as you can see here, we have a great deal of fun, not only patients, also physiotherapists. So here's an example of what we can achieve thanks to these applications, especially medical applications. We really enjoyed the process and the project. And I don't know, Anna, how did you feel? How did you enjoy the experience? I loved it. It's like being in an immersive video game, but for a serious purpose, a rehabilitation session, which are oftentimes sporty, and having the presence of the physiotherapist to correct me. And well, instead of being in a live rehab session, I felt like I was in a game. But you did exercise. Yeah, I have indeed. This is the main objective, right? Elena, what about you? How did it feel for you? So for me, it's been an interesting program, dealing not always only with physical exercise, but also attention. just when we were asked to identify colors. And you know, being in lovely surroundings, in a castle, in a paradise beach, well, it allows you to escape from your everyday life. I really, really enjoyed it, yeah. I had a lot of fun, yeah, and it was fun from the outside. And now we can open for the Q&A session. Is there any question? So should this not be the case, we're gonna close here. Oh, there's a question here in the room from the audience. You will need a microphone. Wait a second, please. Okay, we can. Please go ahead and we'll repeat the question out loud for the streaming.
Terapeuta puede ver la postura de ella porque ella ve el movimiento en el mundo virtual, pero no está viendo realmente la postura, si está inclinada, si está agachada, solamente se ve el movimiento que se refleja en el mundo virtual.
Vale, yo puedo si quieres contestar el hecho, sí, nos preguntaba sobre...
So the question was about what happens when a user is using the lenses for a long period of time. Yeah, the ecosystem, the virtual reality ecosystem has to evolve as well as devices. The more you use them, the more you get used to the experience. In the project, the logic is to go for short sessions, 40 minutes, around 40 minutes. But as technology evolves, and as virtual technology evolves, we'll make sure that experience timings can, let's say, last a little bit longer. But thanks to edge computing, well, it is also true that the malfunctionment of the platform might feel users uncomfortable, but you can get rid of this thanks to low latencies. What the physiotherapist is saying and how can she control the movements? Well, we are connected. So there are some exercises like this one where you can really see if the person is, let's say, well, the physiotherapists also are, well, they are trained, right? And this keeps evolving, right? Because we have hand sensors, there's tracking in legs, in gloves. So this will become a fully immersive experience. We don't have time to say that physiotherapists will have the possibility of activating an information gathering functionality. The session can be registered, and the hand tracking, which is the bit which is integrated, would be registered, and there they have raw information, and they can assess whether the session has been useful or not, and also track whether the patient had done the training. Hello and good afternoon. I would like to ask you whether you have tried this in a hospital, with how many patients, if there were physiotherapists involved behind the design of the exercise, etc. And I would like to know also about the success of the recovery of the patients. The experience was designed in collaboration with Hospital Universitario La Princesa in Madrid, with neurologists and rehabilitation doctors. The project took place in the framework of the 5G pilots with the support of the Ministry of Economic affairs with further funds, and this is one of the projects that was implemented in Madrid. One of the objectives was to technically validate the tool, the usability, the tolerance to the lenses, etc. And this has to do also with the low latency that we discussed in the presentation. So the test was performed and it was validated. The medical validation for it to be used in medical centers depends on the doctors, and it hasn't been carried out, right? Because the devices have to be, let's say, confirmed through a clinical trial. In the other example that I told you before, well, virtual reality lenses were used with immersive content, and it targeted people with neurodegenerative conditions. In this case, the clinical trial was performed. The project was carried out with Nokia and with Madrid University, Carlos III, Alfonso X el Sabio, and Valladolid University. And the outcomes, as Vanesa mentioned before, were extremely positive, and tolerance to lenses was very high, rather high. How many patients participated in the clinical trial? In the care center, there were about 20 patients who were or had been undergoing therapy for 12 months, twice a week for 1 hour. Thank you. How are you? So we have seen the interface like if it were a game. How does this work? Do you use a database? Is the exercise adapted to the platform? How does this work? What do you mean? There is a set of objectives. We have shown a few, but there's more. No, but I would like to understand how this looks. What do you mean? Would we have screened? No. This is a development that we did. We've been working with, well, it's been La Frontera who have acted as creatives. So it's not a specific game. We have developed specifically for this project, and as Irene said, we have come up with up to 25 different exercises, but we didn't want to share them all because it would have been perhaps a little bit too long. Okay. So this is it from our side. Thank you very much. Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Y entra Cayetano.
Good afternoon. I am Cayetano Carbajo. I am Director for Core Transport and Service Platform in the Technical Corporate Unit of Telefónica, what we call Global CTIO. And it is my pleasure to be here with you today to tell you about how the network will enable the NAS, I mean the exposure of the functions, and the use cases that you can see in our demos and that we have been talking during the morning. Also, I will tell you about softwarization. What do we mean by softwarization? Well, by softwarization we mean that in our network function we are decoupling the hardware and the software. So we can enable a different rhythm of innovation in the hardware and in the software. Why we're doing that? As said, for having different rhythm of innovation, but also to enable a richer environment of supplier, of partners. There will not be an entry barrier for the hardware. This is a barrier for some companies, and we can work with more companies only producing software for our network nodes. This will allow us a higher level of automation and certainly be more agile with the development of new services and the exposure of new network capabilities. With this path of disaggregation, of softwarization, we started a long time ago. The first part of the network that we decoupled hardware and software was the core network. The industry decoupled the network function from hardware and software in the core network some time ago. Telefónica pioneered this with a project called Única. This was 10 years ago, and we had a common infrastructure for all our core network, and we implement different software for the different network functions. Today we are moving that to container. So there's a containerization movement brought by the 5G standard, and as the whole industry, we are moving for sure as well in containerization. Our 5G network core, it is already containerized. But it's not only the core. We are doing that in the transport network. We started by optical partial disaggregation. So we are using transponder for adding capacity to our optical system from different vendors at the line system. This has been very useful for solving the problem of supply that we have had with some of our vendors. And we are using as well in IP network. We have already in production routers in which we have white boxes with hardware from one vendor and software from a different vendor. We are even has tested swapping out the vendor of the software from the router remotely without going to the site, and then we can change the vendor. We are doing that for our cell site gateway, what we call HL5. We are working as well in access network. You know that Telefónica is quite active in Open RAN, and we are working as well in doing the same thing for open broadband, having OLT disaggregated. And finally, at home, even at home, we have segregated the hardware and the software. We are controlling the software of all the home gateway devices, all our set-top boxes, and we can implement a specific function in the software of all our devices, independently of the hardware we have at the home premises. So with that, as I said before, we have agility, and we can have more possibility for exposing new function and for delivering new services to our customer. From my point of view, we are in a point in which we can deliver with the new technology more new services than ever. I mean, we have many different things, many different pillars that the network sustain the offering of new services. First one is connectivity. Telefónica is leading fiber deployment. We have a huge penetration of fiber. We have one of the highest penetration in fiber in our market, and we can deliver certainly good connectivity for fixed customer in terms of throughput and latency. But also with 5G, we are adding this increase in capacity and performance of connectivity to the mobile networks. And for sure, this will allow us services that with lower latency and higher throughput before they were not possible. But no, it is not only connectivity. We have offering of private network. We are bringing the core of our mobile network to the customer premises, to the B2B customer premises. With that, our customer can provide use cases that before was not possible because the latency requirement or even the security requirement make not possible to use cellular technology. We can do that together. We have many deployment already of 5G network in customer premises. It is not only higher connectivity or better connectivity what 5G is bringing to us. It is as well the possibility of having new communication services. If you think in XR, I mean in virtual reality or augmented reality, and how will be the control of this communication, 5G is bringing us possibility with new standard like IMS data channel for controlling this. Or we can have many new services of voice, messaging, or video conferencing that are enabled by new functionality of 5G. So 5G there are another possibility for adding new services to our offering. Another important point is edge. There will be services in which latency is very relevant, not only latency, but also the variation of the latency. The jitter will be relevant. For this, we have to bring the application nearer to our customer, and we do this with edge. Slicing is as well relevant. What is slicing? Slicing is dedicating a logical piece of the network to a given service, a given customer or group of customers. With this, we can dedicate the right network requirement, the right network performance to each service. And this is suitable for providing specialized services to many of our customers. We will be able to do that on the fly. So create a slice, modify a slice, or eliminate a slice by demand. And this is very linked to the API. So this dialogue has to be done with the application in a way. And finally, a network as a service that we have been discussing so much today. But network as a service can take all the benefits, all the pillars of these new services and exposing them to the developers. How are we enabling network as a service? So there's a key requirement for network as a service. That is, the API has to be useful and simple for developer to make use of network exposure function. We don't want developer to know in deep the network way of working. We don't want them to be expert in networking. What they want is a very simple API for them to use the function that we are exposing. For this, we are creating service APIs. And we have agreed, and you see the Open Gateway MOU announcement of today, we have agreed that we will go and standardize this service API in camera. So Telefónica is exposing standard service API, camera API, to the developers. And developers will be in different marketplaces. We will be using hyperscaler marketplaces, we'll be using game engine marketplaces, we'll be using CPaaS partner. I mean, CPaaS, they are already used to work with developers, and they are already used to take operator function, in this case communication capabilities, and expose them to developers. Why not to use them for extending NAS and extending the APIs that they will be using? We are thinking also in using these APIs for our own services. We are already doing that, and we can expose APIs directly to our B2B customer. So Telefónica services will be using these network APIs. How are we exposing this? So we have a common exposure layer in whole Telefónica. This will be the same for all the OBs. That is called kernel. This is our fourth platform. Why we are using one single exposure layer? Well, for making easier the integration with the different marketplaces. We'll be integrating once for marketplace, and then we will have this integration available in all our different OBs. There's as well very important reason for using kernel. Kernel has built by default the privacy and security requirement that this exposure needs. So we have not to do extra work for allowing privacy, for checking the user consent, or for making sure that this implementation is secure, because this is built already by default in Telefónica kernel. Below that, we'll have the network. And in the network, we are thinking in different kind of capabilities to be exposed. Certainly, we are thinking in traffic management, so prioritizing one flow, for instance. We are thinking in managing home devices or mobile devices. We are thinking in providing real-time information of the network performance. This is very relevant and demanded by developers. Comms will be another possibility of exposing services. So comms services will be as well API, and we will expose this capability to the developers. Edge location will be provided through API. So if a developer needs to know where to implement a certain application in which edge node that is suitable for a given customer, we can provide that information through APIs. And this will be very dynamic, so suitable for API way of working. And finally, network slicing. As said before, the requirement of slicing will be dynamic, will be on the fly. One application or one customer will request a slice, and this will be done dynamically. This dialogue with the application will be done through the network API. These are the main ideas of capability to be exposed, but certainly with the experience and working with developer, we will see many more opportunities for exposing APIs that will be valuable for developers. Let's go a bit in detail in the architecture we're showing. As you see, we will have possibility of connecting to different marketplaces, and we will have one common layer of exposure, kernel, as I mentioned before. This will be common, global for Telefónica, but below we will have the network of each of our operator. We'll have an API gateway, and then we have microservices buses for building the service of the API. Below this microservice bus, we'll have the capability of the network. We'll have BSS, OSS, and network capability. There are relevant network capability of exposure. For instance, 5G is bringing us the possibility of the network exposure function. This is a standardized node for exposing network capability. For sure, we are making use of it. We will have the network DAF for exposing real-time performance. So we will be using that. And below these enablers that are capable for exposing, we'll have the network resources. What are the type of capabilities that we are thinking? I mentioned them before, but let's go a bit deeper. When talking about traffic management, we see that there has been requests from OTTs and developers of things that sometimes we don't think clearly before. For instance, some OTTs are interested in prioritizing a given IP flow in the home network. So when you are doing an important video conference and you have some members of your family doing video streaming or playing with a game, maybe your connection will be weaker than needed. If we have an API to be able to prioritize a given application or a given device within the Wi-Fi network at home, this will be useful. And we have seen that this has been requested by developers. Similar thing in mobile, there will be possibility of managing the flow of a given device or a given application. What else? Device management. Knowing the device location or knowing the device status or the event notification that we have done to the devices are useful for some developers. Network information, so providing real-time performance information or even the prediction of the performance of the network in a given cell for a customer, this will be relevant because the developer will know if they can launch a service or not with a given resolution, and then they can take decision of if this service can be offered or not at that time. For sure, we will have capability of authentication, security, and privacy, procedure for recovering user consent or even user identification. They are certainly needed, and they will be exposed through APIs. As said before, Edge, it is suitable for APIs because developer will not know what is our network topology. So for a given customer, they will not know what is the edge node that the application has to be implemented, and they will have not the capability for implementing this application alone. So we will provide that through APIs. I mentioned slicing before, but also I mentioned comms. Capability like WebRTC, IMS data channel, and many new services for voice, video, or messaging will be part of our offering in the future. So these are the type of things that we can expose. But we have to take several things into account. The first idea is that service API must be standardized. We need to have a scale. So developer has to develop once for all the network of the operators. So service API must be standardized. We have agreed, you know, that we have 21 operators signing an MOU, the Open Gateway MOU, that we will use Camera as the standardization unit for the service API. But not only that, we have agreed not only to standardize through Camera, but also to have a commitment for the implementation of the API in our network. There's no point in standardizing API if they are not implemented in the network of the operator. So we are committing in developing and implementing this API. The network API, the ones that are below in the network, we will use standard interfaces whenever they are available. So for instance, the example I put before, the 5G network function, the 5G NEF, for sure, if there's a standard, we will use that. If there's no standard, we will do our own implementation, but as far as we can, we will do a standard implementation of the network connectivity. NEF is very important in 5G, and we need to push industry for all these NEF interfaces that are already standardized to be developed and including in the roadmap of our network partners, network vendors. Security is as well a concern. Certainly, the use of or misuse of a network API can cause problems in our network. So we have to be sure that whatever that we expose, we are exposing in a secure way. We cannot allow that a misuse of an API put at risk the reliability of our network. This is very relevant. As well, very relevant is the strict implementation of the regulation regarding net neutrality. So we have a regulation, we have to fulfill it. We can prioritize traffic, but we have to fulfill the regulation regarding net neutrality. This is key. In summary, operator will work as with a standard and with powerful process with a big network. So we need to industrialize the way of bringing the network API. This is key for us. But this has not to be against agility and flexibility. There will be many needs of network APIs that we are not conscious. So we have to work with developers, finding out what are the network APIs they feel useful. How to do that? Well, the idea is that we will be defining APIs, we will be implementing in the network, testing with developers with a try and error. And when the developers see that this network API is useful and is simple enough for them to use them, then go to the standardization body, in this case Camera, and standardizing it. With this, we'll be agile enough for not slowing down the innovation and the speed of the activity that we have with network APIs and that the developers are requesting us. In this extent, we will have early adopter programs, so we will have agreement with developers, with marketplaces for having a reduced set of developers testing with us and allowing us to define our portfolio of network APIs and bringing this portfolio later to the standardization body. This is not, again, a standardization. This is a different way of a standardization. We will not follow the waterfall process for a standardization, defining the need, defining the standard, and then implementing. No, what we will do is defining the need, implementing fast, testing with developers, and then if this is useful, go to the standardization body and standardizing the service API with all the reach and scale that a standard API will bring to us. In summary, NAS may be a key disruption for our telco market. I think we can provide many different new services to our customer, and we can have a new monetization route for our network asset, and this will be key. And Telefónica network will be ready for taking advantage of it. Thank you very much. I'm now ready for taking your question, if any. Thank you. Any question? When is your network as a service ready to be launched? Sorry, I cannot hear you. When is your NAS ready to be launched? So NAS is already in operation in our network. All the demos you see in the booth are demos that are in the operation network of Telefónica Spain, Germany, or Brazil. So they are ready in production network. And for launching commercially, we need to reach the commercial agreement with marketplaces and developers. So I hope soon. But the difficult task from technical point of view, it is already done. They are ready in commercial network. So all the demos there are APIs that are in our commercial network, in the network we have here. It is not a lab demo or something that is fake. It's real demo using APIs in the commercial network of Telefónica. Any more questions?
So my question is, what kind of wireless network capabilities can be used for the NAS platform?
Which
wireless network capabilities for API?
Well, what we are doing now with the API of quality on demand that we have in the booth is using QCI differentiation in the PCF of the network, so the scheduler, and we can prioritize one flow or the other with this QCI implementation. In future, we will have radio resource partitioning or a slicing for prioritizing different wireless networks. This regarding traffic management. For many other things that we can do in wireless, like device location, that we have that available already, is just information from the database, subscriber database. So depending on the API, we can do different things. If by wireless you refer to Wi-Fi, what we are using is the agent that we have in the home gateway. There is our own software, our own agent for prioritizing the flow of the Wi-Fi. Okay, directly from our API gateway, providing the instruction to the agent and prioritizing one flow of the Wi-Fi network. Any more questions? No question? Thank you very much. Thank you. Hola Guillermo, ¿qué tal? Aquí estamos
Gracias,
presentando
Guillermo.
Open Gateway.
Bienvenidos a la
¿Y cómo lo presentamos?
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
¿Para beber o...?
Sí, ¿está abierta? Traigo una
Sí.
nueva.
Buenas tardes.
Hi, it's so nice to see you back. Good afternoon. The demo tour, the first 2023 demo tour will start shortly here at the Telefónica MWC stand. My name is Guillermo Bataller and we're gonna kick off. We've got half an hour and you're gonna go like, oh, you've got 5 demos only, so it's going to be more than enough. Well, we've got many. We're going to be sharing with you more than 20 immersive experiences. I don't like calling them demos, but experiences. Beyond the 5 main experiences, we have others in other stands, and in this very same stand, which are not permanent experiences. We are also performing demos on real time at the Agora this morning. There's been Vanesa and another colleague who shared a demo about rehabilitation services for multiple sclerosis patients. Tomorrow we'll be connecting through a robot digital twin. All in all, we've got 20 demos. First of all, I would like to say that my mom is at home. My mom is at her place, and she has a Movistar Tisco. And now she's turned on the TV. Hello, mommy. I am here. This is top. So she's turned on the TV. She has launched a Living Up of Mobile World Conference 23. More than 2 million people can have access to that content, to what I'm saying here. When we started in 2006 in Barcelona, no one would have believed it. We are also in online, in spatial, in art space, so many different channels. We realized the year that the mobile was celebrated in the summer, there was almost nobody, no operators, but we were here. Telefónica was here. And we realized that we had to do things differently, physically, but also online, at home and everywhere. And we've made it. Almost 2 million people potentially could be watching us today. So there's a very important item that I would like to share with you. By the time this conference finishes, we'll start working on the next edition. More than 1,000 people have been engaged in these demonstrative experiences here from Telefónica. Yeah, 1,000 people. This is quite significant, isn't it? And all this globally. We reach everywhere. Open Gateway and different collaborations with partners. We're speaking about the global phenomena here. So let's start with what we call the permanent demos here in the stand. We've got 5 of them. And of course, we'll be connecting with our colleagues online. And the first demo is about the key message we want to convey today. An open gateway, any way of interacting with the network. This is the key message, and only in this demo, more than 500 people have been involved. Now let's connect. Let's connect with Rocío Ortiz, who is going to be telling us about what we are presenting, the Open Gateway. Let's start Open Gateway. Hello, Guillermo. Here we are presenting Open Gateway. And how are we going to present it? Well, with different use cases that can benefit from these standard APIs, enhancing our network's capabilities, different examples available in our network, which have already been implemented, such as BlackNap, which shows how a platform can benefit from these APIs and broadcast high-resolution games. There's Daicobar, which is a bank in Brazil that has been able to implement in one single code line APIs to double-check users' location. We invite you all to our stand, where you will be able to see our early adopters program, in which we work with different partners, Google amongst others, to ensure that new creators and new experiences are possible with real use cases in today's networks. Thank you. Thank you. So this morning the king has visited us, and he's been playing in the APP, which has been enhanced and scaled up to HD. You can feel as a king if you go and see the demonstration. He was pretty good at it, actually. Let's move to the next, another demonstrator. We have 2 forms of demos. We oftentimes say that mobile is about innovation and disrupting technologies. Yeah, why not? But, you know, going hand in hand with a customer and implementing projects in collaboration with customers is also innovative. And this is a real case in Agro. Paz Revuelta Zamorano is going to tell us more about it. Thank you, Guillermo. Welcome to the demo on Smart Agro. This is one of the Telefónica solutions to make farmers' life easier and provide them with tools for decision-making solutions, such as blockchain profitability and clever or efficient risk management experiences. The first experience will allow us to connect in real time with a field in Galicia where they have an IoT device like this one, this sample that can monitor weather parameters and soil conditions, as you can see here. Also, the second experience will allow us to take decisions in 3 use cases: watering, disease prevention, and farm management. And all the decisions taken will be displayed in the screen. Last, traceability of the wine supply chain in a click. Through this QR code, the traceability can be certified so that the data cannot be modified and are authenticated. Thank you. Thank you, Paz. So, a visitor from Ecuador, a representative of the public administration in Ecuador, started thinking of the functionalities of all these devices at home in Ecuador for him, for watering banana trees. Technology has to be easy, otherwise it's not going to be implemented. So the third permanent experience, with more than 80 members of the House involved in its deployment, we're going to be now in an industrial use case that has been deployed in partnership with a company, a Spanish company, to control the iron used in the production of a device. Nuria, Alma, let us know. Thank you, Guillermo. We are in the industrial stand at the Mobile World Conference, and we invite you to come see the industrial implementation. Here you will be able to see how, through the simulation of the physical process and the virtual process, and thanks to a real-time communication, bi-directional communication in real time, we ensure the operational efficiency, we enhance the quality of the process, and we are more sustainable thanks to edge computing. The digital twin corrects in real time and corrects the faults in the items. We're speaking about technologies that allow us low latency and high broadband to control the physical environment in real time. On the other hand, it's very important to ensure cyber security, which is an extra layer that allows us to spot potential cyber attacks. And I would like to say also that the digital twin provides a key tool to attain sustainability targets by reducing energy consumption, CO2 emissions, and the use of raw materials for manufacturing processes. We invite you all in. Don't miss it. Wow, that's the attitude. So enthusiastic. It's so good working with those who have been engaged in the process. And what I mean by that is that they are looking forward to tell you more about the project. In the 2 demos that we've seen, in the 2 industrial and agro demos, we have also included these devices that are making their life easier, right? At least you're free-handed. Cross-call devices with additional items that allow you to be hands-free, and you can actually throw them away. Is that all right? Yeah, thank you. Thank you to Cross-Call for their partnership. Let's move on. Now, 4th demo or experience. We're going to be connecting with Juan Cambeiro. It's been already 22 broadcasters have already signed, or rather recorded him explaining this demo. Hello, Guillermo. We are in the holographic telepresence demonstration. The person inside the room will be converted into a realistic 3D avatar that can be transported and seen in augmented reality. Here we're capturing the entire shape of the person thanks to the EverCode solution, and then we inject in real time the shape in any virtual reality environment, like this NBA program where Anna is playing like a basketballer, or thanks to this tablet here, Oscar Comella will show us how we can see it in augmented reality. Here we have two Annas, the real one and the virtual one. And this happens in real time, and you can interact with the person, with Anna, anywhere in the world in real time. All this is possible thanks to a system composed by 21 cameras levered in 3 capabilities. Fiber to upload the amount of information, edge computing to processing all the information on 5G, through which different devices connect. We look forward to visiting, to have you here, and we'll record you so you can have a little souvenir. So the king visited Open Gateway also, and we said, okay, stay inside so that the king will stop. They were reproducing Ana Vega Viejo, and the king asked, what is that about? It was a way to performing even more and grabbing some extra time with the king. And he was like, oh, so this is the system for the future of holographic phone calls, right? Probably this will be the case. This might happen, this might be possible in the future. So we've seen already a few demonstrations. Let's now go to the Metaverse, a new way of consuming digital content. We'll connect with Antonio Pina for this last experience out of the 5 here in the stand. Hello, Guillermo, how are you doing? We are in Movistar, Immersive Metaverse. This is a real life or a real virtual reality experience. Users can visit our stores and gain and obtain more information about our products. In the back office, they will be able to experience high-level content with multi-camera, with 360 cameras, so that everyone can decide how to enjoy their content. You can see Rafa Nadal playing tennis from different angles. We can see world championships, football matches from 5 different angles, and we have also included phone calls, so that the experience is not interrupted by a phone call if a relative or a friend calls you while you are enjoying the experience. This APP has been also thought and designed for it to be accessible. We have included and incorporated Aura, not to leave anyone behind. We are including health tips and support mechanisms so that we can all experience this application in a healthy manner. Thank you. So these are the 5 main experiences. Perhaps I should have said this from the beginning, all the experiences that we have organized out of the 18 decline, or let's say orbit around 5 messages: innovation, progress, and sustainability. And a demonstration or an experience can orbit around many of these axes: sustainability, progress, and by progress we mean not leaving anyone behind, and innovation. But as I said, there are more demos to come, or more experiences. Like, for example, within this Agora, in these very few square meters, well, not that few, actually it's not bad, we're going to be carrying out experiences, right, Miguel Angel? We are going to be seeing drones, we're going to be playing with them, we're going to be having platforms that control drones, we're going to be playing with digital twins tomorrow morning, we'll connect with a singular venue of Telefónica, and we're going to be doing a uplifting through 5G, and we'll be uploading it in the Metaverse. We'll be also speaking about computer vision, educational robotics. Actually, at the end of the session, I will display a couple of disclosures, and of course, workplace. Workplace will also be a topic, and more is happening here in the Agora. We reach more and more people, even mommy. Perhaps you're lost in the process, but don't worry, I will tell you more another day. So this has to do with the demos here, but there's more to it. We are also developing on-demand demos, like the cross-call one that I showed before. It's part of our value proposition related to the industry, and with police forces. Why not? We have 5G, millimetric 5G demos. Telefónica bets to obtain spectrum in millimetrics. And we have 5 terminals and a laptop that uses a band of 25 gigabytes per second. Ask for it. We have the terminals available. They have Snapdragon chips, and we'll do a demo for you, a tailor-made demo, because Telefónica bets for millimetrics, in this case, by buying more spectrum than any other telco, because we believe that the future of the industry lays there. So cross-call devices, as I told you before, and we've got demos on computer vision in partnership with CO2R2 at a global level. And a couple of years ago, or up to a couple of years ago, when you wanted to know how many demos a company had, you had to use an application. You had to scan the person's badge and take the lead. It wasn't bad, right? It was rather interactive. But last year, all the badge was digitized, and now it's within the cell phone. Now you need to turn the cell phone on, open the QR, and well, this is it. Now, through the CRO2 technology, later I will show you more about it. We have installed 5 cameras. No one is being recorded. Everything is anonymous, and by adjusting the algorithms, we can define by areas how many people are wandering around or loitering around, and we can also even see how many people our demos are reaching, and all this is done in an automated way. Good. So there's pavilion number 8 with 4 years from now, and Telefónica has a stand there related to startups, open innovation, Wire, with, let's say, more than 25 startups, with more than 20 cases, morning and afternoons. Things look different, and we have different startups with different content, and then you will have access to our website and access all the information. Actually, we have NFC devices in the stand, so you can capture all this information, navigate through it, and ask for further information. Shall you be interested? But there's more to it. This is not it. Like in the case of Mickey Mouse, we partner in other stands with other manufacturers. In this case, we want to show the functionality that we call data acquisition in network, in 5G network, RIS-15, and in Nokia stand, we are displaying our capabilities, which are somehow telling us how the 5G network is going to react in order to foresee where people is going to be moving around and thus define routes or whatever we please. So this had been designed for operators to adapt their networks, but we've realized that we can sell it to third parties and thus improving our portfolio or economy. Quality control in industrial IoT, please visit Amazon's stand, AWS. And there, with Telefónica, we have a industrial demo with the use of algorithms, edge, and 5G for a better quality control. On the GSMA stand, we have incorporated a demo in partnership with KVI in Telco Edge Cloud, so that we can uplift applications of low latency. We strongly recommend it. It's very techy, yet it shows the patterns for the future. Probably this will end up in the Open Gateway as an API in Huawei. We also are launching a photonic layer in order to offer the best possible connectivity, a transport network based on photonic networks. How many demos have I raised? 18. So it's not limited to 5. There's more than 5 additionally, and you can visit it through the Telefónica site. We have developed 3 digital notebooks. Now, if I ask you which one are those, you're going to know it. Innovation, progress, and sustainability. There's 25 use cases, real use cases with customers, only there. that have been deployed in the last few months, and we're going to be using that post-mobile so that our sales force can use it for their meetings with customers. I'm getting to the conclusions, and then we'll open for a short Q&A session. So as I told you at the beginning, I have been doing demos for quite a long time. In the past, demos were about technology per se, 5G, latency, etc. And now we speak about experiences. And I believe this is important, experiences that can help us, or our customers rather, overcome challenges, smart agro, smart industry. It's all about exploring real-life cases with customers. So the conclusion would be that we are contributing to innovative, groundbreaking experiences in partnership with our customers. And now we'll show you this laptop's signal when our colleagues switch the signal, and we'll show you how this works. So, C2RO. These are the cameras we have installed up to date. 4,200 people have already visited our stand. It's been quite an intense day, quite an interesting one, and we know that for many different reasons. In NAS, by hours, we know that the peak hour or the rush hour has been 14 people, but if we aggregate all these visitors, we'll obtain the final figure, and the same applies to digital twin, agro, Metaverse, and Agora. Now, the final outcome is more than 4,000 people or visitors to our stand. And now you're going to ask me, how about their movement patterns? Let's check that. We have a heat map. Okay, there we go. So heat map. Here is our stand. I'm around here, so I'm gonna play this heat map that has been generated today so that you can see the evolution. This is you. These dark colors are you. And see how you've distributed throughout the Agora, and when there was a presentation going on or not. What else? I told you, oh well, this would be the same, but regarding human movement. There have been interesting moments, pretty interesting ones. The institutional visit have, of course, awakened the interest for our stand. We do it in retailers, and we do it in our Movistar stores. We want to know where people move, how people move around, if they enter through the Agora and leave through Metaverse, or they go in and out through Agora. The flow, understanding the flow is very important. And now to conclude this presentation, as I told you before, we're not recording anyone. This technology allows you to generate a skeleton of all our visitors in real time and differentiate them one from the other to avoid, well, to overcome the GDPR, whatever you want to call it. We are not recording anybody, but we count visitors. One skeleton corresponds to one person. What's the probability of your skeleton looking similar to the person next to you? Of course, if we spend a month together, it would be perhaps terrible. So we can get to the conclusion that we get 96% of success. And these red lasers are visitors' gaze. That is where they are looking towards. We have implemented this technology this year, and Telefónica Tech is deploying it with different customers in different parts of the world. So I'm going to leave it here. Is there any burning question? Otherwise, we're going to leave it here. Is there any question, please?
Todo muy claro, ¿vale? Pues si no hay preguntas.
So if there are no questions, this is the first demo tour. This is me, and tomorrow we'll see where we stand. Today we are at 4,260 visitors. We'll see tomorrow. Thank you very much, and please give a clap to the 1,000 professionals that have made this possible. Thank you. Bye. Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal? Bueno, buenas tardes, bienvenidos. Mi nombre es Yaiza Rubio y
Hello and welcome. I am the Chief Metaverse Officer of Telefónica, Yaiza Bueno. Last year, we were here presenting my role in Telefónica and also that Telefónica started to explore the Metaverse and Web 3.0. We decided that it was going to be a part of our future, and this is why you are all here, so that you know all we've been doing during the past year, which is a lot. It's been a very busy year. In this sense, we say that Metaverse is to connect people in a more human way. We don't know what's going to happen with the Metaverse in 30 years' time, but this is its proposal, a more human connection with people and with machines. But in order to do that, we need to go to the past and see how the interfaces have evolved in the story of technology. So the interfaces were born with the punch cards when people put information and data so that they are executed in a machine. Then we have the command line interface. Through a keyboard, we wrote down an instruction and then we could see it reflected on a screen. Then the graphical user interface, in which we see that this is more usable than the previous two interfaces. And this is when smartphones started to appear with some mobile applications, and users could see and experience something different. So we saw an evolution, a big leap forward when we see the voice user interface. So the natural language is the most natural interface of human beings when interacting with a machine. But now we are in 2023 and we are talking about immersive interfaces. These immersive interfaces will allow us to create experiences that are going to be memorable for our users. In order to talk about immersive experiences, we need to talk about XR, the concept of XR. And when we talk about XR, we are talking about three specific technologies. The virtual reality. Virtual reality, in the end, is the recreation of a parallel world, parallel to the physical real world. Then we have the augmented reality that overlaps 3D objects on the physical reality surrounding us. And then we also have the mixed reality, which is a hybrid reality that allows us to interact with 3D objects and physical objects. And it's not something that is going to happen in 10 years' time. It's already here. When we see the smartphones in the market, we see that they have this AR technology to make these gamification experiences, and also XR has an impact on all industries, improving the companies vis-a-vis trainings or onboardings, or improving the interiorization of some informations. So we've been working for the past year, as I said, and we have defined a partnership framework based on the layers of extended reality. The main layer, we are at Telco, and we are very proud of these. The first layer would be the network. So we need to guarantee that this connectivity is going to be there. So if you've attended Chema's speech in the morning, you will know what Telefónica is doing to guarantee that connectivity exists all the time in the future, when there will be an increase of connectivity because of the massive use of these technologies. So we also have the other layer, the next layer, devices. We have also designed a strategy in devices because there are a lot of manufacturers already that are positioning themselves in the market. The next layer would be XR engines. Our technology and design teams need to know very well all these different tools in order to create these memorable experiences that are going to be fully accessible to our clients. Next layer would be the experiences based on some verticals. This is where we have started recently. I'm going to invite Daniel Hernández, the VP in devices in Telefónica Group, is going to share with us what we are doing in the devices layer. Thank you, Yaisa. There was a lot of expectation. It was going to be me, it was going to be Daniel. Well, as Yaisa said, we are going to zoom in the activities we are doing with our partners and in devices, in the layer of devices. So in September, in the Metaverse Day, we announced the first commercialized device in Telefónica Spain. And now we are announcing that the Quest 2 is also available in England, and it's going to be introduced in other countries. So we are expanding the geographical scope of this. But we also announced the Pico 4 in Spain and in the German markets. We are talking about a full coverage of all the European countries with a portfolio that is getting larger. And we are collaborating with many of the partners. Some of you are sitting here today in order to launch even a more ambitious portfolio of this product in order to have these immersive experiences. To keep on talking about the collaboration we are doing with partners, I wanted to invite my friend Hugo from Qualcomm. Round of applause for Hugo, please. Welcome, Hugo. So as you know, in September, we also announced an agreement
so that we can have a proper conversation with Hugo, okay? So we announced in September a strategic alliance between both companies.
That's right,
so
multi-year collaboration. Very glad to be working with you guys, growing XR, growing our effort in Metaverse together.
Great, so we are just gonna talk about what we see, how the market has evolved, the XR market has evolved since we spoke about it in September. And so maybe you don't realize, but some of the analysts are predicting that the volume of XR devices that were sold last year, combined with the ones that are going to be sold in 2023, account for just 40 new VR XR devices in the hands of our customers. That's already an economy of scale. That's a network scale. That is a market that our developers will use to generate that kind of exciting content.
And Danny, I also think it's good to highlight that these 40 million units, we see a lot of it in gaming, yes, but also as we look into the consumer market, going to things like fitness, going to things like social interaction, and this is today. On the consumer, and then we start seeing things in the enterprise, as you have a few demos I saw here as well. With things like training, education, medical, really endless types of applications that we see that all help grow these numbers as we have today.
Indeed, and even though 40 million could be a big number, compared to the number of smartphones that are sold every year, that is 1.5 billion, so it's still a small percentage. So how do we then, what do we need to do as an industry to multiply by 10, by 20 this volume so that we can accelerate the XR market, right? We believe there are two key pain points that we need to address. The first one is the overall customer experience of the product, and the second is the creation of a richer ecosystem. Let's talk a little bit more about the
or
product.
Maybe even before, if you can go back, I think that the transition that we are starting to see now in XR is a very similar transition that you and I experienced when going from internet to mobile internet. So I see we are in a very similar phase as the early days of smartphones, where everyone was looking for the killer use case, the right device, and we are, I believe, in the cusp of that transition
generation, say around 2005, 2006, where the first smartphones started to come, and then give it 2-3 more years, and things just went from 40 million units or so to then talking about 100 millions and more.
Exactly, and so going into, and you touch on a very important aspect, which is like, how can we then, as an industry, advance the technology so that we can have a more comfortable to use, lightweight device in the hands of our customers, things that have a long battery life, that where the processing is distributed between the device and the smartphone and so on. So these are the challenges that we believe the industry needs to face in the next 3 to 5 years. You guys have actually, what do you have in there, by the way?
Oh, I thought you were thinking it was my sunglasses.
No.
Actually, this is our new reference design, augmented reality, with a custom for AR chip we announced last November. So less than 100 grams, about 40 degrees field of view, that we believe this form factor is going to start to drive more of the consumer, more of wider adoption of augmented reality, paired actually with smartphones. So you're touching some of the aspects that we need to develop for the devices to be devices that I can wear the whole day. And there are 4 main areas that we need to look at. One is processing, which we at Qualcomm are investing heavily, making dedicated processors for augmented reality and virtual reality. Last November, we announced the AR2 for this purpose. Then there's connectivity, 5G, Wi-Fi 7, that enable the fast and low latency connectivity for these types of applications. And third one is, which you have listed here, is displays and optics, which we're seeing a lot of improvements. And fourth, ecosystem. But I think we're on a trajectory of growth that we're going to get ready for the volumes to really grow.
Can I try them?
Of course.
So these are the first wireless AR glasses that one can really wear comfortably.
Yeah.
They are really lightweight. They are just 100 grams. They are not. They don't feel like a helmet in your head. So this is not a dream anymore. This is a physical product. It's a reference design, and we're working with some of the partners in the audience to actually bring products based on this reference architecture on the AR2 from Qualcomm, to become commercial devices as well. Very exciting what is happening, and not something that is happening in 5 years' time. It's actually faster.
That's right.
And regarding the ecosystem, I'd like to maybe, Hugo, if you can explain all the work that we're doing together with the Snapdragon Spaces, to actually promote the developers and the ecosystem.
Yeah, because when we look into the growth of XR, it's of course not only about the hardware, it's not only about the device, but it's about the application, the use cases, the content. And to get developers building this type of new immersive applications, there are new APIs, there are new features that need to be made available. It's mostly related to what we call perception technologies, things like hand tracking, things like head tracking, environment understanding where the floor is, the walls are, and those perception technologies, we want to make them available to developers. That's what we call the Snapdragon Spaces. It's think about it as an SDK for developers to build immersive applications, to build for XR, and we make it available for developers both in virtual reality and augmented reality. But I think, Danny, you always ask me, or not demand to me, that we make it as open as possible, right? Yes. That we make it following standards like OpenXR, that we enable, the current 3D engines like Epic and Unity to be aligned. So that's the objective with Spaces, and I really appreciate, the partnership with Telefónica to also help broaden the reach of Spaces in the developer community. Yeah, that's actually we're already starting to do some of the first activities like the hackathon, working with some of our wireless startups, working with the 42, the university. But I mean, for us, interoperability and the standards, open standards are critical. That's why we joined the Metaverse Standards Forum, and that's why we published this morning, together with you guys.
That's right.
A white paper to the industry asking for that open interoperability and no fragmentation in the way we build XR, right?
Yeah, I mean, I welcome everyone to look for the CCS white paper that was published this morning. It's really a group of companies, like-minded companies, that are interested in driving these open standards, that are interested in driving harmonization on how to develop content, and then talking about how are we working together to drive that.
Thank you, Hugo. Bueno, un aplauso para Hugo, por favor. Que...
A round of applause for Hugo. So we can close the partnerships, and we are also working with Unity and Niantic with Meta and Microsoft. For Microsoft, we are working with a new platform. Now we are going to talk about the experiences, the next layer. So in the end, innovation is in all we do in Telefónica. And what we try is that all these technological leaps are absorbed by our own brands. In this sense, we have evolved in the relationship models with our customers. The first step would be to change the stores. And we have launched the Movistar Immersive Experience. It is a VR application so that users and non-users of Movistar can experiment all the experiences that we are including in this VR application that is accessible through the Oculus Quest glasses. We have created this Movistar City in which we are going to interact in different ways with our products and services, and also we can play games, and it is really interesting what we are doing. One of the things that we find important is this concept of store. It's like a showroom where we have our products and services, and in where you can interact in a more immersive way. We also understand that the natural language and the virtual assistants are going to be present in this ecosystem. So we have integrated Aura, our virtual assistant, so that we can activate some alarms we are going to mention briefly. Or, for example, make an appointment in a store. But not only this. We will be able to consume exclusive content of Movistar Plus. Danny is going to give us more details later. So we have not only revolutionized our digital store, also our physical stores. So we have given another concept, not the traditional store that you can find on the streets. And these stores are focused on experience. One of the cases that we have incorporated in the store is the Movistar Prosegur alarms. With XR technology, we can overlap our home and see the security devices. And this is a case use that is very satisfying in the retail industry. How about our flagships? We have flagships in Madrid, Barcelona, and Valencia. And thanks to all the things we've done, our own content, gaming content, allows us to design some experiences for the users that are memorable. In these flagships, as we announced in the Metaverse Day, we start commercializing this Oculus Quest, and we have the corners where the users can experiment wearing these glasses and experiment virtual reality in these specific corners in the flagships. And in the category of gaming and entertainment, we are changing the way we consume the content in a more immersive way. The first example would be the Plus VR app. Our customers will be able to consume all the content of Movistar Plus in a 3D environment. They will be able to visualize all this content with other clients in the shape of an avatar. The content is of three types. First of all, the live channels, like Channel 0, one of the favorite channels of our customers. Then video on demand, the main shows of Movistar Plus. And then finally, 360 degrees cameras that will be recording some of our shows. But not only this, we are taking more steps, and we are going to revolutionize how the customer consumes this content in an immersive way. So in the Movistar experience, we have this theater section in which you will be able to find all this content that was recorded with these 360 degrees cameras for the users that use this application of immersive experience. And we are going to integrate the Yerba Buena technology, which is a startup from WIDA that allows the consumer to see live or broadcasted sport events, music events with this multi-camera. So the customer is the one controlling the different angles in which they will be watching the event. So we are going to have broadcasted events of Copa del Rey and the Australia Open from last year. So the XR technologies are very helpful for gamification and in order to create games. So in this sense, we have used the two partners that are creating platforms, Meta and Microsoft. As for Meta, so they have focused on their own platform, Horizon World, and we as partners have built two worlds in this platform. The first one focused on games to have fun, also skillful games. And then the other world that we launched in the Metaverse Day is focused on the relationship with the brand, in which you can ask questions, information about our company, or even attend some events that are organized through this platform. As for the Microsoft platform, which is another partner for us, after these 3 years, a 3 years partnership, so we have created this virtual booth. So after the pandemic, events are hybrid and immersive, and this is our 3rd year creating these type of experiences. And our main focus is to make the most of the innovation and talent hub. We have recreated this booth where you all are, and you can see all the different speeches of our experts and executives, but also all the experiences that we brought to you, all the different corners in the booth. You can interact and obtain information about all the things we prepared for the Mobile World Congress, and also with some specificities. Our gurus help you in our physical booth, but our gurus are also in our virtual booth. And I wanted to thank them for being there, helping all the people connecting to the platform and helping them to discover all the experiences we brought to you. So we not only built this booth in the Microsoft platform, Space VR, but we also have this experience in another platform, the spatial platform. The difference is that spatial also is supported by telephones, by smartphones, so it is more accessible to have the experience through a spatial platform. So one of the focus is communications. And I'm not only talking about adding communication capabilities, video call and voice call, but also the revolution in holograms, holographic calls. So as you've seen in the Telefónica booth, well, we have a fantastic demo over there. As a premiere, we have the functionality of the Meta call in a demo right now, but it is going to be accessible very soon. So it is a very simple demo. A user who is inside this immersive experience can receive a video call or a voice call without leaving the application. This is crucial in order to have an integrated experience. The user can not only change the background of the video call as in any other application, but also in this demo, they can share this immersive experience that they are enjoying with the person calling them. So we are really happy with this demo, and it will soon be accessible for our customers. And in September, we announced a partnership with Matsuko, a wider startup, but it's also a company with whom we are collaborating together with the big telcos, with Orange, T-Mobile. The technology allows us to integrate holographic calls in all types of case uses. Of use cases, sorry. So it would be entertaining, it would be e-health applications. With the holographic technology of Matsuko, we have tested the interoperability between the 4 main telco companies in Europe to show that it is a critical technology that will allow us to move forward this experience, sort of Star Wars science fiction, when the 5G standalone networks are here with low latency. So it is the perfect case for the open gateway. And as for e-health, our friends from Telefónica Innovation had made a collaboration with the Princesa Hospital for treating patients of multiple sclerosis. This makes us feel very proud of ourselves. During the Metaverse Day last September, we published a white paper in which we said that these technologies will mean a leap forward technology-wise, but also we will be subject to many challenges we will have to face. So we focus them in two perspectives. First of all, that the XR technologies shouldn't leave anyone behind. And on the other hand, that VR technologies, we don't know the impact on health and on the consumers, on the users. So what we are building, we have to be very careful not to increase the digital breach when we create this type of experiences, so that the more people have access to them, the better. And as I said before, in the end, we understand that the natural language together with the virtual assistants is going to be the most natural way to interact in these immersive worlds. And we have integrated Aura, our virtual assistant, and we have launched 3 use cases, activating and deactivating an alarm, or changing the music at home, or also making an appointment in a Movistar store. So we were talking about the impact on health. So all the experiences we are building will have some recommendations that can be activated or deactivated through alarms. So it is not it's not advisable more than 15 minutes the use of VR technologies. So if a Movistar user, a Telefónica user, activates this alarm, after 15 minutes, they will receive an alarm warning them that it is not advisable. Also, we are a telco company. We provide connectivity to our customers. So we have a service that is very used by our users of Bibo in Brazil as well, the control of connectivity of our homes. And this app allows us to know which devices have connected when and how, and we can control some parental control, and we can truly control the connectivity of our home, and we can raise awareness because a massive use of these technologies and of these devices can have an impact on the health of our customers. And now we are starting with Web3. So we've been talking about what we are doing in the interfaces, these new interfaces. Now we're going to talk about Web3. Web 1, I don't know if you remember, but it revolutionized the information and internet. Web 2 revolutionized the interactions. And Web 3 is going to give us the capability to convey value through blockchain networks. And why? Because the internet we know nowadays is an internet without a status. We don't know who does what they are doing, and if this belongs to someone, which are the rights to have access to certain capabilities of a network. So what we are incorporating is products and services related with new incentives. We also think that the governance of institutions can improve using decentralization. And as a telco company, everything related to identity and security is something that we are going to focus on. And as I said before, we talk about these new ways to incentivize the users. And the tokens are revolutionizing the loyalty programs. What we've done is to launch this project, the tokens project that incentivizes our customers with tokens. for their activity in the Movistar ecosystem. The more activity, the more things they do with us, the more tokens they are going to receive, and then they will be able to consume a catalog of rewards. So our own products, the token, with the tokens, they will be able to buy gigas. They will be able to consume free shows, free movies. They will also have access to promotions and offers, and they also have access to valuable awards. For example, a dinner with Rafa Nadal. Someone was fortunate enough to go on a dinner with Rafa Nadal. So we were talking about incentives, because we see that incentives are something important in order to incentivize all the actors in a value chain. And we see that Web3 can be crucial for the deployment of decentralized networks. There are some cases in the past that failed, but we see that the mixture of tokenomics and the evolution of radio technologies can give us a lot of successes in the near future. And then we have invested on a startup, Nova Labs, from Owaida, and in order to deploy decentralized networks when users are incentivized in order to give this connectivity. So we also see that Web3 makes it possible the DAOs governance models. Nowadays, the organizations are very hierarchical, and DAOs make everybody stay at the same level. Everybody can contribute without hierarchies. So what we've done is to launch a concept test in the CTO unit of our Chief Digital Officer, and our employees will be able to propose things, like, for example, the technologies that should be included in the technological plan of the company, things that are very important and that shouldn't be decided by the CTO. They could be decided by people who are really specialized in these specific technologies. So in the end, we think that this is going to work in the near future, because the employees feel more engaged in the company. They see that the incentives received by the contributions they offer are higher. And also, what we also want to do with this concept tests is to create a better ecosystem and also to create better companies, and that our employees are even happier. And we've been working with a startup, Colony. So the next one would be the tokens. One of the use cases of Web3 is tokens, and we have divided them in two categories. You can divide them in many different categories, but we decided to use fungible and non-fungible. And with tokens, it is a complementary way of the concept of money. As for fungible tokens, they are the ones that can be exchanged, can be separated, divided. So we have invested on Bit2Me, another startup, and is our main partner in all the things we do related to Web3. And what we've done is to integrate their payment gateway into .com. So we can find the best products and sustainable e-commerce. It is our e-commerce platform where we sell devices. And also, finally, the other category, the non-fungible tokens, it means that they are unique and they cannot be exchanged. So we have launched an NFT marketplace in which users will be able to create, sell, discover, and buy these NFTs. And the difference vis-a-vis other marketplaces is that it's something specific, because NFTs, sometimes we don't know if the creator has the copyright in order to do this NFT. And here we are guaranteeing, we talk to the creators, and we always make sure that they have the copyright before we include these NFTs in our marketplace. And we work so that NFTs are not used for speculation, and also the NFTs that are uploaded are truly unique. And we are a telco company, and there are some assets that we are trying to position. And one of the main aspects of internet, it is identity. The internet we know nowadays was born without an identity service, and internet services have to provide their own identity services. And because of the architecture that internet has nowadays, so the identities were stored by the users, the management of the identities as well. So we think that the identity based on the user is going to give more privacy and more control to the users of this type of internet, in this case Web3. So we see these identity systems that can be divided in three variables. One would be the identifier, then the authentication, and then the credentials. As for the identifiers, what's an identifier? It is the representation, the single representation of a user in internet. In Web3, we have a specificity. We are using public directions of blockchains. So these long lists of characters that cannot be managed, and many attacks made the most of this lack of usability. And this is us giving a very important identifier as the telephone numbers. So we are going to provide to the developers an API that once you give a telephone number, it can give you all the directions, identities linked to a single user. And in order to make transactions in a very easy way, in an ecosystem that can be improved, because it's very complicated nowadays. It's not user-friendly. And we believe that it's going to give more privacy cross-operator. We are working with other operators in this interoperability, and also it is cross-border. You will be able to do this type of transactions no matter where you are. The next one is the authentication systems. See, these authentication systems are very extended in Web 2, but they are not very extended. They are actually inexistent in Web 3. So 10 years ago, In the Mobile World Congress, an application was launched, Latch. It is a tool that allows us to protect our accounts in the internet services. What we've done in the past year is to evolve this application in order to give safety and security to all the users using these decentralized applications. So we have given an SDK that they can integrate in this decentralized application so that when a user wants to make a transaction with them, if the latch is open or closed, so they are going to be able to do these transactions or not. And the next one, we say that we are an operators and that we provide connectivity. We are giving security from our own network. So we've worked with Asset, which is really well known in cybersecurity, Asset, and we have implemented a new intelligence feed in our network so that we can block some threats in Web3 ecosystem, like, for example, crypto miners or the fake brokers that we can see in internet announcing wonderful training courses to teach you how to invest. So we as Telco can provide this security from the network without the need to install anything. And also, finally, what we are doing in ethical design. We are very proud because we have achieved 375,000 kilos. It is just in a CO2 offset. It is just another example of what we are doing in environmentally issues. So this is the end. We truly hope that you liked it. It's been a very intense year, but we believe that innovation is going to change our lives and always taking into account the values of Telefónica. So thank you very much. This is unstoppable.